All right, ready whenever you are, Lou.
Okay, let's do a roll call.
Sure, and I'm just going to call them as I can see the names. Mr. Schulman,
Here.
Mr. Johnson,
Here.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Mr. Goldstein,
Here.
Mr. Cantor.
Here.
Ms. Wells,
Here.
and is Michael still with us?
Yes,
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, your video's off, Michael, if that you wanted to turn that on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, unless there's an objection, and the members let me know if there is, given that it would look as if our public hearing is going to take quite some time. There are a number of other items I'd like us, in fairness to the other folks who are here this evening, to get out of the way. So I'm proposing that the first item be the Norwalk Housing Authority. All we need to do there is talk among ourselves and make a decision on whether to approve or disapprove. Second, I think we should take 41 High Street. That's pretty straightforward, doesn't require a public hearing. And I think we can move that one out pretty expeditiously as well. And then finally, number 3, Norden Place. Although Norden Place has generated a lot of interest on the part of the public, this is not a public hearing, so there will be no opportunity this evening for the public to share their objections or support for this project. This is simply for informational purposes and our purposes of gathering more information. Then I would move to our public hearings, and I propose we do all 3 of these together, and that is the Wall Street applications. Is everyone all right with that? I don't think we need to take a vote, but I'd like to know if there's any objection to it.
Sounds good. Is the car dealership one also on our list, or is that off the list?
No, it's on the list, but it's preliminary to a public hearing, so
Yeah.
it may end up being a somewhat lengthy presentation. And,
Okay.
and that's why I was going to take it first.
All right, then, great.
Okay. All right. Then the first item is number 4, review and action on pending applications. It's 8-20 SP, the Norwalk Housing Authority, Colonial Village. We have to report and recommend action. We closed the public hearing on this, but one of the reasons we did not vote, I believe there was action that needed to be taken. And Michael, I believe you have access. If you could read that action into the meeting.
Hang on.
Sure. Steve, if necessary, can you put that up?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yeah. Michael, you can read directly from the screen.
Okay.
You probably need to enlarge it a little bit.
I couldn't read it from the screen.
Okay. Okay, the Inland Wetland Agency of the City of Norwalk has granted your application for construction of a 69-unit residential complex with associated grading and landscaping adjacent to a wetland and watercourse. The permit contains a description of the permitted work, and the terms and condition of the work are attached. Your work must conform to your permit. For your records, a copy of the legal notice of the agency decision is enclosed. If you have any questions or comments regarding your permit, please contact this office. Thank you for your cooperation in protecting the valuable natural resources of the City of Norwalk. Sincerely, Alexis
Sharon Kenny.
Kitty.
Okay. Steve, I believe that's all that was required here. Is that correct?
I don't believe there were any other outstanding items.
Okay, fine. I'd like feedback from the commissioners on the application itself.
I thought it's a nice, thoughtful plan, and I certainly understand some of the neighbors' concerns about losing what is a nice open space. However, I think the Housing Authority was persuasive in terms of the need for more housing. And the idea of putting a management office on site, I thought was a good idea and might be able to address some of the issues that were brought up by the neighbors. So I'm prepared to go forward and approve it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I agree with what Rod said. I think that the expansion of affordable housing in Norwalk, and as articulated by the director of the Housing Authority, where he said that there were extensive wait times, for lots of families who qualify for public housing, but, are on these humongous wait lines. And hopefully we can alleviate some of that burden by approving this application.
Yeah, I have I guess a couple of comments. I guess first with regard to the open space, that first of all, it's private property. It's owned by the Housing Authority. It does not belong to the city. But had the city wished for that to be used as a park or public open space, it has had many years to act upon that, and it has not. And I also agree with both Rod and Josh that there is a trade-off here. I mean, clearly the land was used. It was not perhaps used as actively as some people would have wished. But the trade-off is not just with affordable housing, but for housing with people of low income as well. And it seems to me that that's not an unreasonable trade-off. The property will be very well used indeed. And the previous two programs of housing that the authority has put together in South Norwalk, where they have had mixed income, appear to be doing very well. And I'd like to be supportive of this as well.
Yeah, what I would add is, and this may just be repetitive, but the fact that they're doing upgrades on the existing Colonial Village, I think is good and more than satisfy the neighbors' concerns about the existing Colonial Village. And the new project, which will be a mixed income project, I think is a very positive thing for the city. And I think the neighbors will find when it's complete that it isn't a difficult problem, that they're good neighbors.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if I may put my 2 cents in as well.
Richard, please.
Yes, I agree specifically with what Rod had to say, except I feel that the sociological aspects have been known about mixing incomes and not having everything the same in one project for a long time, but not since before the original project was built. So if this project were going to be a total tear down, like on Water Street, I could support it. But I think the idea is good. I think the on-site management is good. I'm particularly happy with the treatment of the wetlands area, but I just don't think the project is right. So I am not going to be voting for it.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll entertain a motion, either to approve or to disapprove.
I'll motion to move to approve the project.
Okay, so Rod moves to approve. Second?
I'll
Josh,
second it. Oh,
I'm sorry, Josh seconds. We'll go to a roll call, but Steve, could you put up the draft approval?
Let me know if that's, is that legible on your end?
Absolutely. I think, with all due respect, I probably have the oldest size. But I can read it.
no, Lou, I do.
We're not going to fight over this.
Got a lot of people to vie for that.
Right.
Let me know if you want me to scroll down. I can cover the whole document if you like.
Okay, I can't speak for anyone else, but I'm ready to scroll down.
By the way, just for the record, was the wetlands was that the last agency that needed to weigh in before we weigh in? I mean, has everyone weighed in?
Yes, so since there was a wetlands application required as part of this process, statute indicates that you can't take any action until that commission has made their determination. Sometimes if you have outside boards, like say there's an issue with Public Works, or they have a question about the sewer line that needs to get implemented, you can condition your approval on that, but with this case, you can't do that.
Right. I guess my question was, has everyone who needed to approve this, approved this?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
And then condition E kind of covers us just in case there was, so the CX sign-offs are like DPW, TMP, Building Department, Health Department, those kind of things.
Right. Steve, is that the bottom?
Nope.
Okay, let's
Sorry.
keep going. Okay, this is beginning to be our boilerplate.
Yep. And I think this is it.
Steve, would you mind just going back up to the easement, the language on the easement?
That would be F, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Let's do a roll call on this.
Sure. Just I'll get out of my screen share for one
Sure.
second. Okay. Mr. Cantor?
Yes.
Mr. Witherspoon?
Yes.
Ms. Wells?
Yes,
Mr. Goldstein?
Yes.
Mr. Rowena?
No,
Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
And Mr. Schulman?
Yes,
That looks like it is 6-1.
okay. We'll move on to item number 2 in the revised agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brian, do we have
Oh.
the whole team for them?
I saw Harry. Harry, are you going to be doing the presentation for 41 High Street, or is Lyle?
Yes, I'll be doing it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just before we start, Brian did get an email from the Garavel team who indicated their presentation's about 10 minutes. So I don't know if you want to also include them in the pre-public hearing.
That's it. If we're looking at 10 minutes, I was expecting this was going to be a good deal longer than that. Yeah, we'll handle that as number 4. And again, with apologies to Wall Street. All right. Again, number 2, 06-20 CAM High Street LLC, 5-unit addition to existing 6-family residence. and we'll turn it over to your representative.
Thank you. My name is Harry Rochel. I'm with McCord Engineering, representing Nick Vona here. Do I have the capability of sharing my screen?
Yeah, go ahead, Harry.
So I'm just going to bring up the plan for you guys. Let me know when you can see it.
We see it.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, we're here for a CAM application. We're actually one of the last, or a butt up against the CAM boundary. The project, we're in the CBD zone. The project is to add a 5 dwelling unit addition to an existing 6 dwelling unit multifamily building now. The addition will be going in a location that currently exists as parking area. We'll be adding to a total of 15 parking spaces that meets the requirement. We're required to have 14.3 for the total 11 dwelling units. The recreation area is shown in green. I'm sort of highlighting it with my mouse here, it being the front yard. We're required to have 1,650 square feet for the 11 units. We provide a little over 2,800, so we well exceed that requirement. We'll have a stormwater management system proposed as well to control the peak flows from the proposed structure, and also provide water quality for the runoff from the parking area and addition. Both will be tied into the system. There's a bike rack here where my mouse is circling. There's a handicap space that has direct access to the existing walkways. The electrical vehicle charging station is where I'm circling now, and the dumpster is in the back left of the property.
Mr. Rocheville,
Sure.
you have that handicap parking space. Are any of these units handicapped accessible?
They are not. They all have stairs to get in. They're all existing accesses. But we do provide it just in case.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And, I mean, that's pretty much it. As you said, it's a pretty straightforward project. We're just adding on to the existing building where there's no coastal resources near our property. As I said, we are inland and a butt up against the CAM boundary. So no concerns there. There's very minimal grading as it's already an existing parking area. So we'll pretty much just be repaving and smoothing out that parking.
Where is the rear area that's been serving as a contractor's yard?
Pretty much everything above where the existing building is now, I would say, or halfway through the addition. If you draw a line here where my cursor is, that is all construction yard, primarily around this existing building in the back, which will, I guess, now be accessed via Nick's other properties.
And that is all either concrete or pavement?
Yes, the whole property is concrete or pavement, other than just little landscaped areas up against the building in the front yard. There's an existing driveway here that provides access to the rear that'll be filled in with lawn to provide the recreation area, as that'll now be cut off by the addition.
Steve, in approving this, do we have the right to ask that this area in the back become a planted area?
You're talking about the gray area on the
Yes.
upper portion? So it's a CAM application, so I don't know, Brian, you might better answer it than me. I don't think you have the ability to do that. I don't think there's a mechanism for you to require it, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's true too.
Okay.
Well, we'd like to see that.
Yeah, we'd like to
Yes,
see.
I think we would all like to see that. Wherever we can replace concrete and blacktop with planting, that's a desirable thing for everyone. Have you considered that?
No, essentially because we are showing a proposed lot line as well there. I believe Nick has future plans to join some of his other properties in the area. Of course, those are down the line and we don't have any information on that now. But I would say that's the reason why that's not proposed to, plant it now for something that'll potentially be torn up in the next year or so.
Right.
Is this land part of the larger project we approved a number of years ago? That High Point or what? I
Yeah,
forget.
yes, I believe it is.
It is part
Yep.
of that. So this, basically, that project has been abandoned?
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah.
at least for the time being.
Okay.
And this simply requires a simple approval on our part?
Yeah.
Questions or comments by the other commissioners? Yeah, if there are none, can I have a motion either to approve or to deny approval?
Motion to approve?
Okay, Michael moves to approve. Is there a second?
Well, second,
Okay, Galen seconds. Let's do a roll call.
Sure. You can hear me.
You're voting on the resolution that was sent out to them. Just should clarify that, right?
Yes, yes. Do you want to put it up?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Okay. How do we deal with item number 4?
So we can remove that.
Okay,
So that's not a problem.
Ryan, you want to pull it up so we can see the rest of it?
Yeah, the bottom of it.
Yeah. That's it. Okay, let's do a roll call.
Okay. Mr. Goldstein,
Yes.
Mr. Witherspoon,
Yes.
Mr. Rowena and friend,
As disappointed as I am that the big project isn't going forward, I'll vote yes.
Ms. Wells,
yes,
Mr. Cantor,
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Johnson,
Yes.
and Mr. Schulman.
Yes.
7-0.
Okay.
Thank you all.
All right, let's move on to item number 3, 6-20 SP, Norden Place, KBLLC, 10 Norden Place. Special permit for proposed new 330,000 square foot warehouse, wholesale distribution use located in an existing building. I believe that the contractor was going to come back to us with some additional information. if you can put yourself on screen.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Kleppen. My name is Carolyn Cavolo. I am an attorney with Shipman and Goodwin. I'm one of the attorneys working with Norton Place KB LLC. We're happy to be here tonight for another night of preliminary review, particularly to go through our acoustics report and responsive material on the traffic study in response to WSP's peer review. With me tonight are Adam Altman and Craig Beneroff from Norton Place KB LLC, my colleague Andrea Gomes from Shipman and Goodwin, Aaron Lindquist, project engineer from Tig & Bond, Grant Wright, project architect from Borison Architects, David Greenberg, acoustician from Creative Acoustics LLC, and Craig Yanis, traffic engineer from Tig & Bond. Thank you again for having us tonight.
Before you begin, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I believe that you were going to have an additional meeting with the neighborhood, and I was just wondering if that meeting had taken place.
We did, Mr. Chairman. Adam Altman, Craig Beneroff, and I met by Zoom last night with 3 members of the board from ENNA, and it was a productive conversation. It will not be the last time we talk to them. I will let ENNA talk for themselves, but we did spend a fair amount of time, couple hours, going through their concerns, the concerns of the neighbors, our plans, what specifically we could be discussing in terms of mitigating factors, things that they have been specifically looking for input from us. So we are taking that all very much to heart and looking forward to incorporating what we can for the public hearing to make the proposal acceptable to ENNA and the neighbors. But again, we will be in additional touch with them. But last night we did have another productive call with them.
Thank you.
Sure. Just a few housekeeping items before we get to the reports. We submitted new materials to the commission on October 28th. That's a bound tabbed booklet that you have. You can see from tab 1 of the booklet that since our October meeting with you, we received a PCA approval for our application and supplementing the building department, fire marshal, first taxing district, water, and health department approvals that we had previously received. We're also discussing with Eversource Electric their questions, and we're awaiting final comments from transportation, mobility, and parking. We also note that we have an environmental review in the works, and that will be sent to the commission as soon as possible in advance of the public hearing. We were trying to get that in for tonight, but wasn't yet done. With respect to traffic, we received WSP's peer review late in the afternoon on the 16th. And it was, they requested a substantial amount of information, which our traffic engineers then very, very immediately got on and started working on. Having said that, we did not make the October 18th submission deadline, but we had worked with Mr. Kleppen to continue to try to get that response together as quickly as possible, which was then submitted on the 3rd and put up on the website on November 3rd. So we are very mindful that the commission did not have the traffic responses last week with our acoustics report and the other information, but we do have our traffic engineer here tonight to walk the commission through that additional information. There was a lot of additional information that WSP requested, which we were able to put in, and also in response to some of the neighborhood questions and some of the staff questions and some of the commission's questions. So there's a lot of good information in there that we're very happy to be able to go through with you tonight. So we can jump right into our presentations. Just so you are aware of sort of our order of operations, we're going to have Eric and Grant go through the changes fairly quickly on engineering and floor plans that are specifically responsive to agency questions and comments and staff questions and comments. Then we will have our acoustics report and then our traffic information, our supplemental traffic information. And then before I wrap up at the end, I would like to have Adam Altman say a few words with regard to the concerns of the neighborhood, especially in light of our conversations last night with the NNA. So we've done our best to put a pretty comprehensive presentation together tonight. We will try to be very, very mindful of your packed agenda. We will try to be as concise and move it along as quickly as possible. But there is a lot of information that we're looking forward to sharing with you. And I think if we can just get through it and then have any questions afterward, that's probably the best way to go. But we'll be happy to field questions as we go. So first, I would like to invite Eric Lindquist from Tighe & Bond, our project engineer, to go through the updates to the site plan and engineering. I think Andrea is going to pull up our PowerPoint. We can get that up. Great. Eric, do you want to go through your slides? Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Just for the record, as Carolyn said, my name is Eric Lindquist. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut, and I'm a senior project manager with Tighe & Bond. I'll just really quickly go over the plan revisions and some of the notes and things that have changed along the way. The first one I'd bring a note to or start to discuss is right here on the first page, the last of the site plan notes. Per the city request, we added a note to the overall site plan that the parking needs for the site will be coordinated with the data center. The valet parking plan that was done there in the case of an emergency. If you'll recall, there was as part of that application, there was a valet parking plan done for the overall site. And that note kind of infers and lets everyone know that that parking plan will be coordinated with any parking issues on our site as well. In addition to that, on this plan, we updated the loading dock as part of the zoning table. There was a number in there that was misstated before, so that has been revised to reflect the accurate number of loading spaces for the building. In addition, the biggest change is going to be the site entry improvements. That's in the bottom left corner. I discussed previously about the consolidation of the two driveways. It was brought to my attention by city staff in the engineering that basically they were having some issues with MTA related to a stormwater discharge into their right-of-way. So the city had advised us that we can't improve or change that outlet without dealing with those flows and diverting them somewhere else. Since there really isn't a place to do that, we decided to take that improvement off of our plans for the time being, and we submitted it back to the city with that change made. Since then, I've been advised that that is no longer a concern, that the city has had further discussions with MTA and they're okay with this discharge location. But seeing as that change wasn't necessarily needed as part of our site plan, and there's uncertainty about really what we want to, what the improvements may be in the future or anything that goes on the site, we decided just to kind of leave those off for the time being. And if there's any need to change those or consolidate the driveways in the future, we would present it as a separate application in the future. But for now, we're just limiting those improvements from this site plan application. The next change to the site plans, and I mean, you could keep it on the first page because I think most of the stuff's gonna be on that first page and we can just flip through all the changes later. But we revised the parking chart down here to reflect the office space associated with the proposed facility, as well as incorporating the current 10 uses for the western side of the building. So that was incorporated before. That has been changed down there on the parking table on the low side of the drawing.
Eric, can you blow that up just a little bit for us?
That'll be that's Andrea will have to do that. There you
go. That's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, for the record. Andrea Gomes, attorney for the applicant. I'm not sure how I can zoom in more while sharing my screen, so I think that's the best it will get.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Okay, so in addition to the revising the parking chart, there was a concern about low impact development measures on site. I provided a response with that with our submission documents back to the city. Basically, as you're all aware, there are environmental concerns on the site, and the site is largely paved. Introducing areas for infiltration of runoff and direct discharge into the ground is not encouraged on this site. And the LEP of record for the site, Fuss and O'Neill, who handles this for the original owners, we always have discussions with them about anything we do for storm drainage on site. And whenever we show infiltration, there's always an issue with it. And they've pushed against it. So what we've decided, what we've done on this application is we haven't changed it, but we have the infiltrators on top, which will likely require a liner. We still need to meet with Fuss and O'Neill once we get local approval on this and go through that detail with them to make sure it's something they're okay with. But my guess is it'll be something along the lines of what was approved as part of the data center improvements, which are the long rows of lined stormwater galleys that are kind of located in the western or the eastern parking lot there. So it'll be something along those lines, but we have introduced several LID measures. Most notably, the eastern parking lot does have those lined infiltrators. We've added ours. We have a water quality structure for the new impervious areas. We threw out the idea of potentially adding stormwater catch basin inserts, which help remove sediment and oils additionally from the runoff. We can add those to some of the existing catch basins on site. I would recommend that we put those in the eastern parking area where those swales are. We are treating the new catch basins on the north side of the building with the water quality structures that we proposed. So I think those mitigation measures combined can provide a good amount of low impact development design improvements. And I think that was the last of our changes. If you wanted to flip through the sheets, you can see these are just the sheets that were revised as part of the process. So there's this sheet showing the elimination of the entry, and that's what most of these sheets are showing, is the elimination of the entry. Most of the changes were on the first sheet. The only one that'll have additional information on it, I believe, is the last of my sheets, which is the erosion control plan. And that'll show, since we're not doing the entry improvements up front, we had to relocate a tracking pad and we put it over here. But basically, based on all that information, it's my professional opinion that the site plan can be built and operated with no safety or adverse impacts for the area. And from that, I'll pass it along.
Great, thanks, Eric. Are there any questions for Eric? Thank you. So now we'll turn to the floor plan changes, and Grant Wright, if you could just explain the changes here with the addition of the office space.
You're muted, Grant.
I was gonna say you're mute.
There it is. Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, apologies. Hi again, my name is Grant Wright, architect with Kenneth Borson Architects. And I just briefly hear what we were just addressing, the comment for the floor plans of including tenant office space, expected office space as the plan solely develops. So along the lower floor plan here, we're showing a block of proposed office area, which is approximately 15% of that total area. And on the upper floor, we're showing approximately 20% on the main floor between the two tenants, A and B. So we divided that space up, and just wanted to clarify the locations of the proposed office space. And as Eric addressed, the future parking.
Great. Thanks, Grant. And as Grant mentioned, this was in response to staff comment and question asking us to account for the ancillary office use that would be used in this use. And those are conservative estimates. We sort of erred on the conservative side of how much office space would be necessary so we could capture all of that in the parking numbers. We will now turn to our acoustics report, and I will ask David Greenberg to present his report. I will just note for the commission that the acoustics report was superimposed on top of the Tigenbond site plan, and we forgot to take the signatures off of that. So it's not a Tigenbond produced report. We just used the site plan, and David put his graphics on top of that. So I just wanted to make that clear. So if we could have David Greenberg from Creative Acoustics take over with the report slides.
Okay. We'll have some graphics in a few minutes. So, okay, we have it right now. I've been a specialty consultant in acoustics for 35 years. I'm president and founding principal consultant of Creative Acoustics in our 20th year. My undergraduate degrees are in music, physics, interdisciplinary engineering, and have a master's in acoustics. That's just by way of qualifications. I've been asked to analyze the proposed use of the portion of 10 Norton Place industrial site, with particular attention to how its noise might impact the community. First, a targeted acoustics 101. No quizzes, but as I go through it, feel free to wave your hands and ask me for clarification. I don't mind the interruption. The study of sound propagation is comprised of three distinct sets of considerations. One, the physics of the full propagation path that the sound takes. Two, the location, loudness, and character of the sound source. And three, the location and sensitivity of the receptor, including the perception of sound. In this case, there are two additional factors that must be considered. First, the City of Norwalk's noise ordinance, details of which are touched on later, but for now I'll just note that the ordinance differentiates between daytime and nighttime noise. Second, of the additional factors, existing ambient sound in the environment, which is important because it affects the receptor's perception of noise. With the above background in mind, I'll turn now to what we did to assess the acoustics from this proposed warehouse and distribution facility. In order to analyze the acoustics for this proposed use, I first discussed the operations of the proposed warehouse facility with our team, both for nighttime and daytime, in order to capture a conservative estimate of the noise that may be emitted from the site. We elected to take a conservative approach and depict and measure the noise from semi-trailer trucks engaging in various actions throughout the site at the same time, including accelerating, unloading, dieseling, and refrigerating. I'll get back to why these assumptions are conservative in a moment. Any questions so far?
Did you also include our backing motions with the noisemakers that are employed?
I'm sorry, did I include?
In your evaluation, the noise of a vehicle backing up?
No, I didn't. That's an interesting question. The noise level, we can certainly include that. I will include that. The noise level itself is relatively low. The reason that we are so aware of it is because when it happens, is because of its tonal nature as opposed to broadband sounds. But I'll be very happy to include that if you like.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Next, okay, let's see, where was I? I took measurements of the sound emitted by trucks when engaging in these various actions. That is, I took measurements of a truck accelerating. I already said that. The measurements of these sources were with the scientific sound level meter at a determined distance for each truck of the action that I'm looking at. It's in our practice to take sound measurements in the much more detailed octave band type of noise data, even when the required metric, such as by the code, is the single number dBA. In this way, the accuracy of the calculations is significantly improved to the benefit of the neighbors. Having collected the above data, I then selected our receptor points, excuse me. Again, for purposes of providing a conservative estimate, and in order to look at all the acoustically relevant scenarios, we eventually chose 7 different receptor points. The locations of these receptors were chosen conservatively by looking at the most relevant homes, i.e. those with direct adjacency and line of sight to the 10 Norton site. The determination of the sound propagation paths I considered included distances measured and attenuation due to spherical spreading, diffraction around and reflection from buildings, and the excess attenuation due to the geographical feature. Of course, I also carefully considered the Norwalk noise ordinance with consultation of its author to ensure proper interpretation. Finally, I measured existing ambient sound conditions during daytime and nighttime hours as defined by the noise ordinance. To be clear, for my calculations, we took every opportunity to err in favor of the neighbors. The most relevant and conservative scenarios of truck activity on site, particularly with respect to truck types and their locations related to the neighboring homes. 2, the safety factors were included in the calculations to cover trucks louder than those I measured. 3, predicted noise levels at the closest neighbors' properties, i.e., in other words, not ones that are further into the neighborhood. Number 4, predicting those noise levels right at the homes where it's most relevant. And 5, carrying the calculations broken out into those more accurate octave bands rather than the single number dBA. So we have 2 site plans, daytime and nighttime, for the 2 different, the very different scenarios. And these are summarizing the acoustic study that I just outlined. The daytime hours, as defined by the NOAC ordinance, are, daytime is 7 to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, 8 to 8 p.m. Saturday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Sunday and federal holidays and state holidays. And there's an exception that's relevant here for properties within 200 feet of an industrial zone. Daytime ends at 10 p.m. rather than 8 p.m. And that would be for 4 of the domiciles that we looked at. The nighttime hours are defined as 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. Sunday through Friday, 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Friday to Saturday, 8 p.m. to 9 a.m. Sunday to Saturday. Saturday hours apply to federal and state holidays, and the same exception of that 200-foot line adjacent to the industrial zone applies here as well. Okay, the daytime plan, now we're going to talk about this graphic we've been staring at. The daytime plan shows the 7 neighboring properties that we chose to study, A through G, also used for the nighttime study, because in my professional judgment, these locations represent the most relevant from the neighbor's perspective. A and B are on the left along Norton Place, right? C is Avalon East. On the right, D and E are on Triangle Avenue, single-family homes. Right on the corners there. F is at the very end of Howard to the south, and then G is on Heron Court on that cul-de-sac. Also shown are what I consider the most conservative relevant truck locations and their respective actions that I use for my predictive calculations. Specifically, I included the measured levels from the semi-trailer trucks, again, that were accelerating, dieseling, unloading, and with refrigeration on. And I'll add the backups. I'll have to think about where that would be most relevant. Probably coming off the docks, I guess. Yeah, that's the only place where they would be backing up. I say that these are conservative and relevant assumptions because they encompass the range of truck actions that will ever happen on site. But it's unlikely that this many semi-trailer trucks will ever be operating in this manner on site at the same time. Some of the trucks in reality will be box trucks, but we've made the more conservative assumption that they're all semis. Locations where ambient noise readings were made all on public land. You want to point some of those, Andrea? There, the blue circles. Yeah, there were quite a number of them. And then I'm showing the distances from each of the trucks to the nearest residence, and in some cases to more than one. And also, obviously, on the plan are Interstate 95 to the north, and the Amtrak Metro North and freight lines directly to the south. The truck bays on the north side don't contribute noise to the neighborhoods because there are no direct paths. The building itself is blocking it from the perspective of all these, all 7 of the domiciles we're looking at. For the nighttime scene, which I'll get to in a moment, we use the same homes and receptor points, but there are many fewer trucks around because nighttime operations would be significantly less than daytime. Excuse me, I have to tell my dog that I can't pay attention to her now. Okay, the results of the predictive Well, let's go back. Oh, no, the next slide, please. Sorry, Andre. This is a summary of the results of the calculation. For the daytime hours, the predicted noise levels at the 7 receptor points are within the decibel level set by daytime hours by the noise ordinance. So, all yes is in that column. And here also you'll see that again, the hours of operation, hours of daytime that are defined. There's a couple of asterisks here that maybe we should look at. In terms of the train noise, I included it here just for reference. But it included only Metro North and Amtrak. I didn't want to stay there 24 hours till one finally rolled by, but it so happens that I live in Westport, relatively close to this same track, and I'm aware of them when they pass. They're quite, and they're long and loud. The results, we meet the noise code for the daytime. Now, turning to the nighttime.
Can I ask? Can you go back to that again, please?
Sure.
If a train is going by and a vehicle, one of these semis is going by, do those numbers get added together, or is it mitigated in some way?
That's a great question. They are added together, but it's a little tricky because both things, I mean, except for the trucks that are docked, everything's moving. So, I mean, at any given moment, somebody for example, in home D, if you want to go back to the plan for a second, down in the lower left. Well, no, let's take, for example, F, right in the middle on the bottom. That person the train will be between the truck and them. So the train would dominate. So anytime, it would dominate by more than 10 decibels. And so what that means is anytime you add two sound sources that are apart from each other by more than 10 dB, the one that's the louder is the only one that's heard.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to now, if you recall, actually, I'm sorry, go back to the daytime plan because I meant to point this out. I guess we can't zoom in, but if you notice, below the center of the page, there's a bunch of green squares. Those are the things that are indicating the trucks. There's actually 6 trucks at the bays there, and each of them is doing a separate activity. A couple of them are dieseling. One of them is refrigerated. 2 of them are unloading. None of them are totally quiet, but they're all in action, and all the sound from all of those is summed up toward all the homes on the south with their respective distances. And also, it's interesting that the truck on the right, that's number 10. Yeah, if you want to pull over, can you move the plan to there's no direct line of sight to the center of Avalon East, but there is some diffracted sound. It's an interesting phenomenon. Low frequencies will actually bend around it, but it's still okay. All right, let's go back to that summary.
Excuse me, just quick point of clarification. I noticed you didn't study any homes on Dairy Farm Road or Karen Drive. which are just across 95. And I'm wondering, to Commissioner Schulman's point, is the expectation that the volume of 95 would drown out or make noises from this site inaudible?
Yes. Oh, are you asking me or the commissioner?
I'm asking you. Thank you.
Okay, that makes sense. Yes, thanks for the question. Yeah, that is definitely my assessment. I mean, 95, certainly during the daytime, it's a constant, steady source of noise, and you would have to be making a heck of a lot of noise to be heard over that. And then at nighttime, obviously, the traffic is less, but it's also less on the site. So it's, I think the answer is yes, the highway would dominate in both cases. So I'll just pick up where I left off. Okay, so go to the nighttime graphic, please, Andrea. So here, notice that there's far fewer trucks. There's just one truck at the dock, but I chose the refrigerated truck because it's the loudest of the several actions that they take. Then there's one truck entering the site on the east, right there, which is number 2, near building B. And there's one truck moving through the site. And these were also, I could have mentioned these very same trucks for the daytime, but they're the same ones, same positions. And so those relative noises and the respective distances to each of the homes was calculated. So again, these are very conservative assessments, and keep in mind that it's unlikely that 3 trucks will be actively using the site during nighttime hours at the same time. Again, well, okay, I said this already, the north side doesn't enter the picture. The north side docks. So the results of the predictive nighttime study, for the nighttime, the noise levels at the neighbors' homes are also within the decibel limit set by the noise ordinance at 6 of the 7 receptor points. While receptor point B appears to have an exceedance of 10 dB, that exceedance will only occur for a few seconds as a single truck turns onto the site. It fades fully to below the decibel limits in about 11 seconds because the noise level recedes as it moves along into the site. Those few seconds as the truck makes its turn from Norton Place and proceeds into the site are similar in time, loudness, and character to the more frequent, similarly adjacent and well-established pass-bys of Amtrak and Metro North. Furthermore, those few seconds of truck noise are significantly less noisy and less length of time than the freight train pass-by. Hearing an echo. I know because I live nearby. In closing, the conservative noise calculations predict no adverse noise impact to the community. That's the end of my presentation. Do you have questions further?
Mr. Greenberg, yeah, I'm just wondering what the basis is for the nighttime analysis. We don't know what the use would be in the space yet, so I'm trying to get a sense of, we don't know if it would be 1 truck at night versus 6 trucks or 10 trucks. So at what point, what number do you think would exceed the noise ordinance for nighttime?
Well, right, I met with the owners and the team to understand the likely use. And this depiction on this plan, it's my understanding that this is, it wouldn't even be this much typically, with 1 truck moving, 1 truck entering, and 1 truck on the south end of the south dock.
Yes, and
So,
this is Carolyn Cavola. I'll just jump in. So we do know the use, and any tenant that we do have will fall within these parameters. And the information on the numbers of trucks and times that were given to David are applicable to any tenants that we would have on the site, and they are conservative.
Any more Acoustics 101 questions?
I have one question. For many weeks, I worked as a truck unloader for the UPS company on Honey Spot Road. And even though those drivers were unbelievably great at backing into the docks, the loudest noise was the backup signal. So I believe that the chairman was asking you about a noise analysis for backup. So would you include that noise as well?
Definitely. But again, that sound is intentionally made annoying so that we notice it. But it's loud. Yes, that's right. The loudness level, though, is not, it's probably not as great as you imagine. I'm just saying that so that you're not amazed at how small a number it is that we find. But I will definitely add that to our analysis. Let me say it another way. The annoyance of it has to do with its frequency content, not necessarily its loudness. And there's a whole science behind that. That's used to determine sirens and other things that must get our attention.
But let me ask you one follow-up question as well. We've had many presentations over the last couple of years having to do with noise reduction. The one that I can think of note was an apartment building that was built 40 feet, I think, away from the railroad track. And there was a very elaborate wall with sound deadening material that was added, that was built based on laser sighting to the hearings. I forgot what the word was that you used, but the points of hearing off the site. Has any consideration been given to building some sound deadening materials around these areas?
Well, I suppose we would enter into that discussion if it ended up being necessary, but according to my analysis, it isn't. The code is met for all those points except for the one that's entering the site for a few seconds.
Which really is de minimis, right, David?
Yes.
Right. So there wouldn't really be anything needed along those lines based on these measurements.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for David? Thank you. Thank you, David. That was really informative and really helpful. Thank you. We will now turn to our traffic engineer, Craig Yanis from Tighe & Bond, who has information that is responsive to the peer review from WSP. And there is a lot of information Craig has, so I think it may be most helpful to let Craig go through each slide and then ask questions after if we could. I think that may be the most cohesive way to go through it. Thank you. Craig, if you could begin.
Yes, just for the record, Craig Yanis, project manager at Tighe & Bond, professional engineer, professional traffic operations engineer, and roadway safety professional. Can everybody see my screen okay? Yes, okay. So when we met last time, I presented the traffic study as well as our response package to city staff and the comments. We're here today to respond to some of the concerns raised by the commission at the last meeting, as well as the peer review comments from WSP. As Carolyn mentioned, we were able to get that submission in earlier this week on the 3rd. We look forward to continuing to work with you, the staff, and WSP to address any concerns on the traffic of this site. So I'll start off with a few slides I showed last time. First, we have the site location and the study area, which includes the 3 adjacent signalized intersections, 2 on Strawberry Hill at Norden and Beacon Street, as well as the one to the south on Winfield Street, State Route 136 and Triangle Street, and then the site driveways along Norden Place. These intersections were selected based on the City of Norwalk traffic impact and access study guidelines. And we reviewed the weekday morning and weekday afternoon peak hours for this development because that's when the traffic volume on the local roadways are at their highest and there's the most potential for the site traffic to have a capacity impact. So speaking of the site traffic, we have the next slide here, which is a slide we showed last time as well, just to refresh everyone on the site traffic. So the proposed warehouse is in the top and the previously approved uses are below that. We have the left column, which says the use, and then the one after that is the AM peak hour, then PM peak hour in the middle, and daily on the right. And so as we talked about last time, the proposed warehouse is expected to generate approximately 65 and 67 trips during the peak hours, AM and PM, and then 574 during the day. And as you go down the table, you'll see the peak hour and daily numbers for the previously approved uses, which are significantly higher during both the peaks and the daily, the proposed use. And we also highlight on here the expected truck traffic that shows the proposed warehouse is expected to generate similar peak hour truck trips and approximately 43 more daily truck trips than the warehouse use, the flex use. So 198 versus the 155, 7 and 10, 10 and 10 in the peaks. And then for the previously approved office and research and development space, there would be less truck traffic during the peaks compared to the proposed and less during the day, but an overall increase in terms of number of trips during the peak hours and the day. And so based on this chart, we're showing that the warehouse is a generally low trip generating use with approximately 70 peak hour trips and 575 daily trips. So that's just a summary of what we had shown before. And so now I'm going to kind of cycle into the comments on what we discussed a little bit last time and highlight some more information that we've gathered. So as we discussed at previous meetings, planning for truck trips and access are significantly important to this project. We've spent a good deal of time looking at these things based on your comments, and we're here to share with you what we found. So this is a truck route map that we showed last time. So we have the green route, which is the primary route, which is free from any geometric or height restrictions. And then we have the yellow route, which goes, well, I should say the green route goes up Strawberry Hill Avenue to Route 1 from the site. The secondary route is going down Strawberry Hill Avenue to Fifth Street and East Avenue to access I-95 there. And that has a restricted geometry on the corner of Fitch and East Avenue. And then the last set, the purple set, are the tertiary routes. They have pretty significant height restrictions of 11 to 12 feet. So only certain trucks or smaller box trucks, smaller vans would be able to take those routes. So that's just a refresher on what we showed for that. So the main item that we came out of the last meeting with and got the same request from WSP was information on the actual volumes on these proposed routes. So we reviewed what data was available from the Connecticut DOT along with some additional data we collected. And we have this figure that's in your package or will be in your package when you receive it that shows this volume. So we have the same 3 sets of paths as we saw on the last slide. And I've added these call outs where they denote certain locations where we were able to get truck traffic existing and proposed. And we'll start at the site and work our way out to the major routes, major regional routes. So on Norden Place, existing today, there's 23 morning, 6 afternoon, and 155 daily truck trips. And so I'm going to talk about existing first. So as existing truck traffic increases as you go, further out along these routes, as you get to more major facilities like Route 1 here, we have, almost 1,100 daily truck trips. I should have mentioned too that Once you get to Strawberry Hill Avenue at Norden and Beacon, you have, 200 and 300 truck trips. And then as you get to East Avenue, we're talking about around 1,200 peak hour trips. And you can see, the peak hour trips between, 50 around on Route 1 and 50 to 126 on East Avenue, and along Strawberry Hill, 50 in the morning and around 20 in the afternoon. So in terms of the proposed truck traffic, as I said before, we have the 7 morning, 10 afternoon, and 198 daily. So those would all use Norden Place to access the site. And so then what we've done is we've looked at the main routes, and we've distributed with 50% of those truck trips for the day and for the peak hours going along the green primary route, 40% along the secondary route, the yellow route, and then 5% each to the tertiary routes. And this was based on the length of the routes, their access to other major facilities, major regional routes, the height limitations and the geometric limitations, as well as the expectation that the larger trucks would have to take the primary and secondary routes. And the smaller trucks that could fit under the height clearances would take the tertiary routes, but that would be a pretty low percentage at the 5% each. And we'll go through the numbers. You'll see what that means. So we take that distribution and we look at the routes. So if we look at the primary route, so once we go north of Norden Place on Strawberry Hill, that number is shown at Beacon and up here on Route 1. So 4 morning peak hour, 5 afternoon peak hour, and 99 daily truck trips. And then if we look at the secondary route going south on Strawberry Hill, we have the 3 morning, 4 afternoon, and 79 daily trips. And then each of the purple routes, both of the morning and the afternoon peak hours are 1. So the 1 and 1 here, 1 and 1 is over here, and 10 during the day. And as we presented at the last meeting, and based on the analysis that I'll show you again here in a few minutes, the study area has sufficient capacity to accommodate both the expected passenger car and truck site traffic. I'm going to transition to the next pretty significant comment that we received, which was about safety. So we wanted to readdress that based on what we heard at the last meeting and WSP's comments. We realize the importance of safety in the neighborhood. And fortunately, we have a pretty positive story to show you that none of the collisions that occurred resulted in significant injuries or fatalities, which is a good thing, and we want to keep it that way. So we did a detailed review of both the study area as well as Strawberry Hill Avenue that was requested. So within the study area, this is data that was in the original traffic study. There were 12 reported collisions over a 3-year period. No significant injuries or fatalities were reported. No collisions occurred between vehicles and pedestrians, but there was one occurrence where a bicycle hit a pedestrian on a sidewalk at the Winfield Street and Triangle Street intersection. There was no collisions involving trucks or buses, and based on those information, the analysis did not identify any significant collision patterns. So in addition to the collision data, we also reviewed the existing conditions of the roadway to determine if there were any substandard conditions that may result in a safety concern. And what we found is that the study area roadways have standard roadway lane widths of 11 feet or more. They have dedicated pedestrian facilities and either bike lanes and or shared bike lane markings. So on the next slide here, this is also in your package, are photos of the roadway. So on the left-hand side, you have looking north on Norden Place, and on the bottom left, you have looking south. You can see the roadway width. You can see the buffer between the roadway and the sidewalk, as well as in the bottom kind of here, you can see the shared bike lane markings, meaning to notifying drivers to share the road with bikes. And on the right-hand side, you have Strawberry Hill Avenue at Norden looking north and at Beacon looking south. This was prior to construction, but the cross-section of the roadway is not changing significantly with the reconstruction of the bridge. But you can see from the pictures that the larger vehicles fit within the roadway, and we have space for all modes on the roadways in the study area. So now I'm going to transition to what we added to our data from the last time. So the specific concern with Strawberry Hill Avenue, as we're sending some truck traffic up that way. So in your package, there's table 8, and I'll refer you to that, but I'll show you this next slide, which has a kind of a summary. So within the data collected, we found that there were 60 collisions and no significant injuries or fatalities reported. No bicycle collisions were reported. One pedestrian collision did occur at approximately 261 Strawberry Hill Avenue, which is fairly near the high school, where a pedestrian was struck crossing mid-block without a crosswalk at dusk, which resulted in a suspected minor injury, thankfully. And then there was one collision involving trucks where a snowplow struck a fire hydrant while he was in his plowing operations. There were 3 collisions involving buses, one where a car rear-ended a bus, one where a bus struck a utility pole, and one unknown collision where there was property damage only. So similar to what we did in the study area, we took some shots of Strawberry Hill Avenue North, the other segment that we reviewed north of the study area. And you could see that, there's trucks on the roadway, and you could see the width and the dedicated facilities. You have the bike lanes, you have the sidewalks, and there's room for all modes on the roadway. So my next slide will kind of just summarize our roadway safety review. So we found no significant injury or fatal crashes reported within the data. We performed a review of the existing conditions of the roadway network and found no substandard conditions. The roadways are designed to accommodate truck traffic. They have standard lane widths and facilities for pedestrians and accommodations for bicyclists. The analyses didn't identify any significant collision patterns, and the proposed site traffic is not expected to significantly impact the roadways from a safety perspective. So another item that came up within WSP's comments, and we wanted to show in a bit more detail, were the capacity analyses for the roadway, for the study area, I should say. And that there's some minor comments that didn't make too much adjustments to the conditions you see here, but the one main comment was to include potential site generated traffic from Unit A1, so the other half of the building, which the building is 630,000 square feet, so it ends up being 305,000 square feet in the other half of the building. And so what we did there was we added 2 sets of columns to this table from the original study. So we have the existing, so AM peak hours on the left, PM peak hours on the right. We have existing conditions which were negligibly changed from before. And then for the background and combined, we have 2 sets now. We have one without A1 and one with A1. So background without, with, combined without, with, and PM is the same. So what we have in the blue boxes show the results of the traffic, including so the future traffic, the combined traffic with Unit A1, with the AM on the left, the PM on the right. And so the signalized intersections operate at level service B or C during the peak hours, with the exception of the Beacon Street and Strawberry Hill intersection in the morning, which still operates acceptably at level service D, which it had in the background condition if you compare the background to the background. And the Norton Place driveways operate at level service C or better for the entering and exiting movement. So that's the bottom 2 rows here. And at this point, there's no pending application to occupy or any plans to occupy Unit A1. And I would say it's unlikely to happen before the proposed warehouse use is open and operational. So what we really expect to see in the future are highlighted in the green boxes. So fairly similar to what we showed in our previous study analysis. And that shows that all the signalized intersections operate at overall level service B or C. and the Norton Place driveways sending traffic operate at level service A and B for all movements. So the last piece, something else that came up through our discussions at the last meeting and also from the community, was looking at a potential direct access from the site to I-95. So that would require the review and approval of both the FHWA regional and national office, as well as Connecticut DOT. The FHWA regulations also require that the new access is planned and adopted into the Southwestern Connecticut Metropolitan Planning Organization's Transportation Improvement Program or plan. So that would be an additional entire process in order for them to review and analyze a potential access to I-95. And also based on the FHWA regulations, it's unlikely that FHWA and Connecticut DOT would determine that this site would warrant a new access along this segment of I-95 based on the existing traffic and the future traffic expected to be generated by the proposed warehouse or frankly, the 10 Norton Place site as a whole. In addition, the direct access to I-95 would also have to establish a public right-of-way that's currently on private property that's not owned by the applicant. So it'd have to go through the site. There's several easements for access for the data center, as well as Avalon that would need to be established into a public right-of-way. And essentially the lengthy review and approval process and the challenges mentioned leaves no guarantee that an access to I-95 would be approved. And we'd say that it'd be very unlikely to be approved. And for this reason, a direct access to I-95 is not proposed as part of this application. And finally, to conclude, this presents the study conclusions, which remain the same from the original study. Based on our results of our analyses, it's our professional opinion that proposed warehouse use is not expected to have a significant impact to traffic operations within the study area. The warehouse use is expected to generate a relatively low amount of traffic during the peak hours, 70 in each of the peak hours, significantly lower than the previously approved uses. Detailed review of the study of safety within the study area and along Strawberry Hill Avenue was conducted and did not identify any significant collision patterns or concerns with bicycle, pedestrian, and truck collisions. There were no serious injuries or fatalities reported within the analyzed data. Trucks are expected to traverse routes that have been designed for and carry existing truck traffic. And these additional trips have a minimal operational impact during the peak hours, with the signals operating at level service B and C overall, and as well as queues, the length of the cars that they store at the intersections being increased by less than 1 car length on all approaches. And so, oh, sorry, I have a few more. The driveways also operate efficiently at level service A and B for all entering and exiting movements, and the operations remain acceptable with the addition of the potential traffic from unit A1 where should it be filled. So kind of wrapping it up, we look forward to continuing to have a discussion with the commission and the city staff and WSP to address any comments and concerns on traffic.
Thank you, Craig. Are there any questions for Craig at this time?
Carolyn, I just wanted to jump in. I saw a hand go up in the attendee list. So this isn't a public hearing. So if you have any questions or comments, you could send those to the P&Z staff. A public hearing is to be scheduled.
I have a clarification question. If you can go to the truck access volume slide, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the numbers that you have here correctly.
Sure. This is it here?
Yes. So if we look at that first one, the one on Route 1, what you're saying is, yeah, daily you're expecting roughly a 10% increase of trucks. Am I reading that correctly?
A 10% increase in truck traffic itself, yes.
Correct. Okay, cool. If we continue down Strawberry Hill Ave, the next box says the daily 222. So there where you're saying roughly probably more like 40% increase at truck traffic.
That's correct.
Okay. And then when we go down to Norton, which is currently under is Norton currently under mega construction with the bridge? No, yeah, that's Norton, I think. You're saying about 66% increase, right? With 198 proposed, currently 317. Am I understanding that right?
That's the understanding. I don't know about the exact number.
Okay.
That's yes.
That's what you're saying. You're saying in addition to. Okay.
Yes,
That's helpful.
yes, in addition to. And one other thing that I'll add to this is so like you said, this is existing truck traffic versus proposed truck traffic. If you look at the actual daily traffic, the total, so our proposed truck traffic represents less than 1% of a daily increase at the two intersections on Strawberry Hill here, and less than 1% of an increase on Route 1 and East Avenue. So that's the 99 compared to the 17,000 trucks or 17,000 trips on Route 1, and 79 versus the 17,000 current daily trips on East Avenue.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
So
You're
I'm
saying
talking
there's-
about, yeah.
So that's total traffic on Route 1. You're saying there's 17,000
Give or
total
take.
trips. Correct.
Correct.
Total trips, not truck trips,
Not
correct?
truck trips, correct.
Gotcha. And you're saying your total trips increase is only a 1% increase.
I'm saying the truck trips by itself. So if the trucks make it all the way to this point, it would be 100 out of the 17,000, which would be, significantly less than 1%. The additional traffic from I'd have to do the math in terms of the 70, the 574 daily trips, but they're spread over multiple locations. A lot of the traffic would be lost to I-95 at East Avenue or on 136.
Yeah, I mean, from my
distribution,
that makes sense. My concerns are less once it gets to Route 1 and once it gets to 95. It's the path for which the trucks have to traverse to get there.
Yep, understood.
And I have a question about the peak hours. And I'm sorry, I don't have the report in front of me. What are those peak hours? AM and PM? Yeah.
So the peak hour based on our traffic counts, and they're 7:15 to 8:15 in the morning, and then 5 to 6 p.m. And so that's for the roadway network and the numbers that we analyzed within our traffic analysis. The data that you see in front of you here, the peak hours vary between 7 and 9 a.m. and 4 and 6 p.m. based on the data that we had.
I ask because I'm sure there are 3 schools there. I happen to live right there, so I'm very overly familiar with the volume that happens at school pickup in particular, because we have the Nathan Hale, Narrowmack traffic backs up, and then people double park on Strawberry Hill waiting for the high school as well. And we have all the school buses. So that afternoon peak, I just from living here, during school drop-off is much higher volume than during rush hour. So I don't know what's possible but I think it would be important, even in this pandemic environment, to look at what that volume would be during school hours.
Okay, and so to respond to that, so basically what we do is we look at the hourly data. So actually some of these points do have hourly data in it. And in terms of the school traffic, the perception is that the volume's more, but really what happens is there's more activity compressed into a shorter time frame. So you have the 15 to 20 minutes school peak of the hour that is causing some congestion along the roadway, obviously up by the schools. But in terms of the actual hourly volume, so we'll take this station here that we have hourly volume for readily available. At the 5 p.m. hour, there's 734 hourly trips. Any other hour of the day is less than that. That is the peak hour of the entire day. 2 to 3 p.m. was 659, 3 to 4 p.m. was 718. So that's why we do the AM and the PM peak hours for the commuter traffic, because that's an overall higher volume than what's being done at the schools. And unfortunately with schools, because of that compressed time frame, you do see some additional delays, but they're over in a very short period. So
unless you're sitting there.
Well, that's correct. And obviously that's always a challenge, right? You never want to get stuck behind a school bus. So But our truck traffic as well as our overall traffic, our study area limits end here. Once we get away from that, so based on the regulations, we can't be over 25 peak hour trips. So we're saying that there's less, I think there's 20 trips or 21 trips in the peak hours going up this way. And it would be less during the school peak hours, be spread out throughout the day.
And Stephen, I don't know, did we get any information about how long the bridge project is due to last? Because that area as they were shown in the photos is entirely different now. The main change being that there's no turn lane anymore, which makes that roadway much more narrow. And as a result, the bike lane is also gone. And I don't even see how a truck could physically make a turn from Norden right onto Strawberry Hill with cars going south on Strawberry Hill with the concrete barriers that are there now.
I'll find out for your next meeting what the time frame is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have it right in front of me. I do think it's expected to be finished before we're completed in 2022. I would almost assure that. And in terms of the changes, obviously those are construction conditions. So once the construction is finished, there'll be sidewalks, bike lanes, and the turning lane all back on that segment. So it'll look almost identical, if not a little cleaner than it does in those pictures that we showed in the future. And we do have existing truck traffic on, these counts here were taken a few weeks ago. So there is truck traffic on Norden Place, so they're getting there somehow.
I'm sorry, I just had a question. Stephanie, I didn't know if you had finished.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Representative-elect Thomas. Craig, just, I'm sorry if this is an incredibly simplistic question. When we talk about truck traffics, and we've mentioned trucks a lot, what is our definition of truck? Because there are lots of different kinds of trucks. So I don't know, would you mind breaking that down a little bit? I realize that some of this is probably dependent on who the various tenants are in this facility, but would you mind breaking down, the truck breakdown, so to speak?
Sure. So I'll hit this a couple different ways. So the first thing I'm going to say is the existing truck traffic that you see in front of you here. So those include buses, single unit trucks, right? So box trucks, the bigger ones, not a UPS truck, and semi-tractor trailers, because that is the classifications that we have within the data. So underneath that, there's pickup trucks, tow trucks, snow plows, utility vans, right? So like the workers vans, all those size, those are not included in the existing truck counts. When we talk about the proposed expected trucks, right? So the projection of what we're thinking is coming to and from the site, it does include, FedEx and delivery trucks and vans on up, right? So anything larger than that. It wouldn't include pickup trucks, but so we're showing a kind of conservative number for the proposed here compared to what the existing shows. So does that,
okay.
That makes sense?
I guess then that's very helpful. The question I'm trying to get to though is for your client's project here, what kind of trucks are going to be in that facility?
So that's a really tough question to answer since we don't have the tenants. So I think somebody else may jump in and answer part of it here, but I will say that the data that the proposed truck traffic, our projections are based on other warehouses, right? Other warehouses that are very similar to this one. So the overall number and the types are kind of all grouped into one. So we have a safe number to do the capacity generation off of. And what we've done in terms of the analysis is we've put these trucks in the higher congested areas, right? So if we took the tertiary routes, they're less congested than East Avenue and Route 1. So it's hard to tell you exactly what these trucks might be, but we've conservatively done the analysis so that we have the most potential to have impact. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I guess when you say that your estimates and the data is driven based on a conservative estimate, is that estimate take into account, say, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, so someone can tell me if I'm wrong, about basically whether, let's say, an 18-wheeler, I mean, I don't know if 18-wheelers are going to be in that facility, but if an 18-wheeler can, the effect of 18-wheelers traversing on these roads, and whether your data speaks to that or whether there needs to be additional data to, foresee that possibility.
So if I can jump in here, Craig, because we did, the use is what supplies these numbers. So Commissioner Goldstein, we don't think any additional data is necessary when we say that these are conservative assumptions. These are a mix of trucks that are conservative in terms of the a higher number of uses of, say, the semis than we're taking into consideration sort of the highest amount of use there could be, and it really won't change depending on who the tenants are. It's just kind of the theme, what the theme of my answers tonight are going to be. The tenants are all going to fall within this use, and they're all pretty consistent. And depending on the tenant, there may be a slight variation in mix of trucks, but this is a representative of what this square footage of this use will bring to the roads. So it really won't deviate very much from this, and that's based on the use, and it really won't change tenant to tenant.
And I'll just add.
And how do you ensure that? Is that something that's contractually done, or is that just based on just the size of the facility? And I don't know if this is a bad example, but like, say it were an Amazon warehouse. Would an Amazon warehouse work in this kind of facility, given that Amazon uses particularly large trucks? I mean, I don't know if that's a right example, so tell me if I'm off base.
No, that's really a very good question, and it actually gets to the heart of a lot of what we're trying to sort of convey in this meeting and leading up to the public hearing. Is this is absolutely, it's not contractual, it's market, and it's the use, and it's the standard that these tenants use for these types of business to business distributions. And if it and that's to sort of address some of the rumors, and I was going to get to this later on, but this is a business to business use, and there can be semis, there can be box trucks, and even for business to business use, there are vans. Dory actually had a question: why are vans being shown on our pictorials on our overviews? And business to business, some business to business facilities and distributors use vans. So this is a business to business use, and Craig Beneroff's company has many sites and many tenants that are in this space. And this is what these tenants would bring in terms of the mix of trucks. So It is based on data, but it's also based on experience within this industry. And that.
I have one quick. I'm sorry.
No, Galen, go for it.
No, I was just going to say, how do you know it's going to be restricted to a business use, and it wouldn't be a consumer fulfillment use?
So, Commissioner Wells, because that's what we're applying for, and a business, and that is what our entire application and all of our studies have been based on. We are applying only for warehouse and distribution for business to business tenants, and we would not be looking at a business to consumer tenant under this special permit.
Business to consumer tenant said, "I'd like to rent a space." You're telling me that you approve for it.
It's
right?
It's not what this facility is. Yeah, it's not what we have.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead, Craig. Because
I would just like to say that as I kind of articulated in the last meeting a little bit, that the consumer package distribution facilities like a FedEx or a DHL, and some Amazon has some portion of that. They're sort of getting into that business. that structure, you know, those buildings, the size, the trucks, it's a total different kind of operation. So if that's not what we were entertaining here, we, you know, theoretically we would come back if that was you know, for a different place or a different use. You know, that's not what we're proposing here.
Right. So that's Craig Beneroff, who is one of our ownership team members. And I think it may be a good idea to sort of transition into some of the things that Adam Altman, our other ownership member, was going to address on these terms. Adam, if you want to just sort of speak to that a little bit more with regard to what we're hearing and what we're trying to clarify for the neighbors.
Absolutely. Maybe let's take down this slide in the meantime, and then I'll introduce myself.
Yeah.
Hi. Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Adam Altman. Nice to meet you all. I am one of the founding partners and owner of Caber Group, and Craig Beneroff, who just spoke, is my partner here. We are a owner and operator and developer of real property. We have owned in Norwalk, and we own other properties in Connecticut. Craig Beneroff, Beneroff Properties is a third generation family real estate firm who owns a lot of these types of properties in Westchester, Connecticut, and these communities. You know, I started the firm with my partners about 12 years ago. You know, I started it from scratch, and this is not the first time I've been in a community meeting or in a meeting where we're going into a community and I live in the suburbs, and and so I'm very well aware of the dynamics taking place here, and you know, and I think two things are going on from my perspective as an owner and as an operator. There's this perception, and then there's the reality, right? So there's this perception that we're coming in and there's going to be all of a sudden all these trucks, and this is going to be a very noisy and congested use. And then there's and I understand that, and people are concerned. And here's a site that's a big site. Keep in mind, this site was at one point had over 4,000 cars a day running 3 shifts, 24 hours. It was chosen because it sits between I-95, one of the busiest traffic corridors on the Northeast, and a rail line that actively runs trains. And it was chosen because Norwalk has a very deep and robust history for manufacturing and the kinds of things that created a lot of jobs in Norwalk. And this site did all of those things. What we are proposing is taking a portion of the site, which is currently zoned for manufacturing and flex. And actually, it's a little ironic because our first impression, and you know, we own these kinds of logistics and warehouse and distribution sites. Our first impression was, oh, the community is going to love this because our use is a lot less intense than what it is currently zoned for. Meaning, if you went back to the traffic chart and looked at the number of cars and trucks that were going to exist, if we just kept it at its current use, you would have 50 less truck trips a day, but you'd have approximately, I think it's 500 or 600 more car trips a day. And to get to a question Joshua Goldstein had asked, you know, so in those cars, by the way, could be F-250 pickups, could be certain types of vans. Those are qualified as cars. And you'd have 600 or 700 more cars a day under its current allowed use. So the perception is that, you know, this is not going to be a business to consumer Amazon thing with thousands of trucks running through a day. You know, our goal is, and in the warehouse and distribution space, you know, the reports that Teagan Bond have done, that David have done, you know, the reports that we commissioned and the experts that have spoken here, you know, they were under instruction, and I think they did. And I would encourage community members who are watching, I would encourage all the council people to actually go and read through the reports in detail and to really look at the data and the science that is being generated, in addition to the peer review data that is being generated that was commissioned by Norwalk. Because if you get into the data and if you get into the details of the data, what you'll see is that the reality of the truck traffic, the reality of the noise is different than the perception of those things. And this site right now is fairly dormant, right? It's not really used for very much. So I understand that, the community is measuring the activity off of the current baseline there, which is basically not very much. So if you measure something off of a 0, it's going to feel like there's a lot more. But if you measure the baseline off of what this site has historically been used for, or what it as of right can be used as, then and study that data, what we're proposing, we think is a lot less impactful than a lot of other, than the current zoning might even allow for. And to give an example, and Craig Beneroff, maybe you can jump in here and talk to, like, for instance, under the current zoning, you might get an electrical contractor who serves as an electrician in any of your homes or in the school or anywhere else. And he might have, 10 trucks and 10 vans and whatever else. And he's allowed to be there, right? He's an as of right use. Our typical tenant might be more like Cooper Electric Supply or a Gray Bar. So instead of 5 10,000 footers, you might have one 50,000 footer who may have less trucks, who might have a few more trucks, but it's considered a different use under the zoning. So, what I'd say is, in the real estate world, that, the warehouse and distribution space, if you ever drive by some of these big warehouses that you see on the highway, you don't see like a ton of activity like when you drive by a shopping mall or even a grocery store or some of the other things. They're generally pretty quiet, big buildings. They're sort of like gentle giants. And I think the perception is there's gonna be all this activity, but the reality is they're fairly quiet uses compared to a lot of other real estate uses. They have a really high value these days, right? We expect that we're going to create at least 100 direct jobs, right? And approximately 60 ancillary jobs based on our study. And, and I've read through, and I think I read through 160 or so letters from the community that voiced different levels of concern and thought about what was going to happen here. And a lot of those letters, really focused on the perception as opposed to the reality, meaning, I appreciate that people are nervous or are not necessarily always excited to embrace something that's going to change, especially if that something has been a really quiet putting green for the last couple of years where nothing's been done and it's been used for storage for the railroad. But when I went through what Norwalk has said they wanted to do, which is bring high quality, technology oriented jobs into the market, these are high tech jobs. All these people who work here, these are not people just pulling boxes off a shelf. These people are going to carry computers. These are good jobs. And so we're going to create, I think, as many jobs for Norwalk as letters that have been written. And when I look at those letters, I think of the people who wrote those letters, and I appreciate very much those concerns. Because Councilwoman Thomas, I drop my kids off at school in the morning, and if I get caught behind 4 cars, I'm sitting there shaking my head and like, oh my gosh, and that's just 4 cars. And so you say, okay, well, now if there are 2 more trucks, what's like now is my morning can get thrown off by 30 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes or 15 minutes. So I get that. But I think that's the perception. The reality is a trucker who's driving professionally, the last thing he wants to do is get caught behind a school bus either, because for him, time is money. He's going to go when he thinks the roads are least crowded. So and I think the data that our experts have put together addresses a lot of those things. And I know not everyone is going to love what we're trying to accomplish. But I think if they went through the data and when they went through the science and looked at what our experts had to say, and then came back with questions based on having gone through that data and science, and we would be happy. Listen, Craig and I we both have good reputations in the business and in the industry. We're active in the communities with which we own and operate assets. We have actively tried to engage with the community, having met with Anna twice and having reached out to several of the council people, and also having met with the town. There are a lot of legitimate thoughts about what we can do to be good neighbors. This building and this property should and is designed to be used to do something constructive and job creating in Norwalk, in line with what it was designed for, but the modern version of that. So we're not suggesting going and making radars and putting 4,000 cars there a day. That's what was. What we're proposing is kind of the modern, much less impactful version of that. And I think we really want to try to do it in a very responsible way, in a community-minded way. We are willing to engage directly with the community repeatedly, as we have done, to try to find a way to address those concerns that there are, everyone's concern is a legitimate concern. So I'm not dismissing any of them, but I think when we talk through them, I think there'll be some solutions we might be able to put on the table to address them. And I think there might be some things that we won't be able to solve, right? It's not gonna be a par 3 golf course, but there are things I think that we can do and interact with the community on. I guess I've probably spoken too much already. So if anyone has any questions for me or Craig, this is what we do for a living. We're the owners and decision makers. So if you have questions for us, it's not going to be a last mile Amazon facility with lots of cars running, in and out. We're not trying to pull a fast one and get something that's going to operate all night long. Things are going to open up in the morning, probably around 6 o'clock. They're going to close at night when the people's shift ends and go home. That might be around 4 or 5 o'clock, depending on what it is. Does that mean there's never going to be a truck at night? No, there could be a truck at night sometimes. Does that mean, but all the studies we've done were really intended to take the most conservative case scenarios. So when the community came to us and say, well, what about this and what about that? We'll say, well, we studied that scenario, and we studied if there are a lot of trucks, and we studied all of these things, and we have good answers for you. So that's really what we've tried to accomplish. And I hope I've been able to address some of the thoughts and perceptions out there.
Attorney Cavallo, are there any more technical matters? This, after all, is intended to be just an update.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. No, that is our technical presentation, and I can wrap up now if you would like. Thank you.
Let's see if commission members have any further questions before we do that.
Thank you.
I had 2 quick ones. The first is just very simply on the good neighbors front. While this facility is going to be in Norwalk, and obviously it's our job as the Norwalk Zoning Commission to be all about Norwalk, Norwalk isn't the only neighbor to this facility. And of course, you're right on the Norwalk-Westport border here. And earlier this week, a very popular local blog in Westport, made a whole post about this application, and it was sent to me, and I sent on the post, to the commission. And I know that we've talked about, I know Attorney Cavallo, you had, talked about, update to the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association, but have you reached out to people in Westport? Because this will impact their lives too. So where are you on, what's the story there? I figure we should ask, so we're good neighbors as well.
Sure. So we have worked with Mary Young and Aldemira in Westport. They had received the application that was sent to them by your planners, and so we've met with the Westport planner, Ms. Young, and her traffic coordinator, Mr. DeMiro, on that. We had we had a couple of good conversations and some follow up with them. In order to give them the information they might need to have comments. We did see the copy of First Selectman Marpy's letter. We received that both from Mr. Kleppen and Mary Young sent it to us directly so we could see that. It seems to me that that letter in particular kind of encapsulates this perception versus reality situation where you know what the use will be, the tenants will conform to the use. We really don't think that the tenants are, I think that's kind of the red herring at this point. The use will be the use. And to just for one moment address Commissioner Wells' question, if we were to bring in a business to consumer tenant, that would be a violation of the approval. So you would be able to enforce the approval to ensure that it was just a business to business use, and we wouldn't be doing that. But Commissioner Goldstein, I would be happy to reach out to the First Selectman's office to see if there's additional information they would need. I think you were probably talking about Luke's World.
Yes. I think it's called 06880, but yes.
Yeah. I should. I'm a Staples grad, so I might just call him and say, okay, there you go. Just see what else he needs. But we are very interested in dispelling these myths and these rumors because we really don't want anyone to be concerned. We don't want anyone over on Route 136 or Saugatuck Shores or anywhere to be concerned that, and so that's why we wanted to give all the supplemental information to you.
Okay, do we, other questions? All right, if not, let's wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to reiterate a few important things you've heard tonight with regard to the acoustics, that we are very comfortable with the report on that. And again, these are all conservative reports and conservative measurements that we have. We are within the daytime decibel limit, and we have a very small exceedance during the nighttime. And that was all shown by David Greenberg, and we will be reiterating that at the public hearing. With regard to the traffic, there are no adverse traffic impacts or safety concerns in this situation, and we will not be exacerbating any situations. There will be a minimal operational impact of additional traffic during peak hours where the anticipated queue will increase by 1 car or less. And the safety review, which was specifically asked for at the last meeting, showed no significant collision patterns exist where there is existing vehicle, truck, bike, or pedestrian traffic in this area. No collisions between vehicles and bicycles, no collisions involving trucks or buses, and the expected routes have been designed for truck traffic. I won't repeat everything you've heard here tonight, but I just wanted to bring those 2 points home. That we are in good shape there. We will, by the public hearing, have heard from. We will continue to follow up with the outstanding agency sign-offs, and we will have that for you for the public hearing. Just with regard to the community outreach, we will continue to work on that, and we will continue to work with Mr. Kleppen on that, keeping him apprised of what we're doing, just so we can dispel some of these myths and these rumors for this use, which again is a really ideal use for this existing industrial site. And we will take into consideration the things that the neighbors, and in particular ENNA, might like to see us do and add to this proposal to make it acceptable to them. So we just want to thank you for hearing us, and there's a lot of information in there tonight, but I do think that it will make the public hearing a little smoother. So we just wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you tonight, and good luck with the rest of the agenda.
Thank you. Steve, are we looking to, or ready to set a date for the public hearing?
Yeah, I was going to bring this up later on. I would think, given the level of public interest in this application, I would expect there would be a lot of speakers for that evening. And considering the other applications that we have in the pipeline, it might make sense to hold a special meeting. Your next meeting after tonight is the 18th, and you have currently only one scheduled in December, which is the 9th. And then you're actually off for like almost 4 weeks, which will be a good break for you. So I was thinking maybe the week of November 30th, November 30th being a Monday, maybe we could look at 1 or 2 nights that week that work for everybody. I would anticipate having our traffic peer review consultant present at that meeting to address your questions and respond to materials submitted by the applicant.
All right, let's talk about that then at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
But I think that probably makes sense as long as the other commissioners are going to be available.
Yep. And just
Okay.
a reminder to anybody from the public, I see another hand raised. We were just talking about the potential public hearing. That's when the public will be allowed to speak. Will not be cut off. You'll be given as much time as you like to speak your piece.
All right, let's move on. We said that we would allow Garavell to speak. I am assured that the presentation is going to be 20 minutes or less, so that we don't hold up Wall Street recap much longer than we need to. So I'd ask Zion Properties LLC 10-20 SP to have their spokesperson come on, as long as you assure us that you're going to be relatively brief. You're welcome to speak now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eric Bernheim. I'm an attorney at Haller & Sage with an office in Westport. We appreciate the consideration letting us go first. And if we're speaking for more than 20 minutes, I hope it's only in response to some of your questions, because we hope that this is a fairly benign project at a great site. Brian, can I share my screen? Yep, you gave it to me. Okay, great. Just to make sure that everybody's familiar with exactly where we are, I have the GIS here on my my computer. The three properties. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, great. So it's the 3 sites that we're the contract purchasers for are 512, 516, and 520 Main Avenue. You can see here, this is the Grist Mill Road, the Route 7 connector. You come out here, this property right here is the Department of Motor Vehicle, and then the 3 lots next door are the 3 properties that Zion Properties is the contract purchase for. And Zion Properties is operating as Garavell Subaru. So they intend to move their location from Tyndale Avenue to this site, which is a much better site for them. The entire site, when we merge the lots, will be approximately 4.27 acres. It's in the B2 business zone, and it's subject to a special permit review under 118.522. And then also 118.1010 of your regulations require that the commission issue a certificate of approval of the property for the dealership as an adequate site. And that's under the Connecticut General Statutes 14-54. Unfortunately, tonight, our engineer, which is Landtech out of Westport, they were unavailable, unexpectedly. So I'm going to be playing engineer and walk you through the site plan quickly. And then we also have our architect here, as well as our traffic consultant to give you brief overviews. So I just shared the proposed site plan. As you can see, there are 3 curb cuts on the property. one of the main entrances is on the north of the property, then in the middle of the property. The southern entrance is really just truck access for car delivery, and is going to be gated so that it's not going to be used by customers or staff. This large lot here on the south of the property is mainly car storage. There are 3 rows of 3-level car lifts on the south side of the property, and they are all very well screened by a retaining wall that at its highest point should be more than 20 feet high, and then also by our building that you'll see as you're coming south on Route 7. So
can you prepare for us an elevation that shows that? I don't mean for tonight, but when you come back for the public hearing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I actually asked if we had one before the hearing tonight, and I was told we didn't, but I can tell you that I believe that retaining wall is going to hide about 13 to 15 feet of the car lifts when you're coming north on Route 7. That's what I've been told by Land Tech. And as I said, unexpectedly due to a health issue, we lost our engineer for tonight, but he will be here for the public hearing. On the north side of the site, you'll see there's a ramp to the roof, which is where our parking deck is. That's going to service all of our employee parking, as well as some car storage. The customer parking is located in the front of the building. And then this area right here is really some car service parking for our service techs when there's not anything in the facility.
Attorney Bernheim, again, I apologize for interrupting. You've showed us where the car trailers are coming in. Can you show us how they're going to move around the property to get out?
Sure. Well, it's designed so that they can, let's see here, so that they can come in straight around here, deliver, and then I believe their plan is to have them, let's see, come back out, circulation this way. And Jeremy Garabell is on here as well.
That's correct. This is Mike with Claire's Construction. Eric, yeah, you're correct. The south entrance that your cursor is on, delivery trucks would come in there. Typically, car dealerships, especially currently where Garabell Subaru is now, they offload on public streetways. So we're designing the site in such a way that we would be able to offload our vehicles on site. The truck will follow where your cursor is going, take a left right there, and then that swing that you just came around is enough for the truck to then exit again via that southern entrance exit, with the ability to then turn right there and then connect up through Super 7 to the north.
And
that's the game plan there.
You've tested those geometrics and they all work for those turns?
I'm not the civil engineer, but I have been heavily involved with that, and the turning radiuses do work, yes, on site.
Thank you.
Yeah, and as I said, our civil will be here for the public hearing and can walk you through that. We can even potentially get you a rendering that shows how it works.
Eric, if you don't mind, I'd love to be able to show just quickly the commission, the floor plans, and our renderings too, so they could see the see what we have architecturally for the project.
Then I can come back to the site plan.
All right, I'm currently not allowed to share while you're still sharing.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. There we
All
go.
right, there you
Share computer sound. I apologize. I don't know if I have them in the right spot. Eric, do you have other things you want to go over while I try to locate my files? I apologize.
Sure. So it is moving the entire car dealership. It will have the showroom, customer lounge, service area, all stuff that Mike will go through, storage space, and a covered service drop-off area, which is on the south side of the building. The second floor will have offices for the dealership, the parking deck, and a few storage vehicle spaces. All of the employee parking, like I said, and then all the utilities and HVAC units will be located on the roof there. There's an entrance into the office on the second floor there, which is where all the employees will get in. And it looks like Mike has it up and running, so I'll turn it over to him.
I apologize. Our floor plans are a little flipped of what the site plan that Eric was showing previously. So basically we have most of the program of the space for the Subaru dealership, sales, service, and customer amenities on the lower level here. This side here is facing the main road, and working our way back from showroom to offices and then to service, with a service drop off here on the top part of the floor plan, which would be on the southern part of the site where the building is. So we have a showroom, customer amenities, and then we have 30 lifts with other detail bays and other such programmatic elements. Then we have what Attorney Eric here alluded to earlier. This side here would have the ramp that would get us upgrade. We set the building on the northern side of the site because of the way the natural grades work next to the DMV, where we could maximize the site usage for inventory and service parking on the grade level, and then get employee parking on the roof. And we've designed it in such a way that you'll see elevation wise that from the ground level, you will not be able to really see that there are cars parked up there. And we really don't have to mess with the grades too much, besides cutting in for this back retaining wall here to allow for the building to set into the hill. On the roof, you see one-way circulation through the roof. We have our parking spots, as mentioned already. Our rooftop units are up here servicing the heating and cooling needs for the facility. And then we have mostly administrative usage on the second floor that would have the ability to either look out over the lot, and then some spots looking down over the showroom. Elevation wise, I'll get to some renderings in a second. This is what you would see from the main road. Most of the architectural elements that you see here are mandated by corporate Subaru of New England, who manages all the facilities in all the New England states for Subaru. And it's pretty generic car dealership aesthetics. To be honest, it's with a metal Aluca bond. It's a gray metal Aluca bond, clear anodized storefront window system. And then on the sides, our client has elected to go with a higher end pack clad metal corrugated material on the sides, and then move towards the more traditional masonry and ephes to the rear of the facility. Which you would see from the south side here. This is the service drop off. And then from the side facing the DMV, and you can see here, this slope here is the ramp up to get to the parking level. Here's just one of the quick renderings. This would be the southwestern corner here. You have a 2-story showroom that you'd have nice glass, like I said, clear anodized aluminum storefront window system, a Aluca bond metal, and then the pack clad corrugated metal over here to the right. And then on the opposite side, the DMV side, if we'll say that, a similar aesthetic, breaking it up a little bit, giving a little bit more dimension with some shadow lines, and then the ramp that would go up to the roof parking where my cursor is here to the left. But as mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, it's a pretty standard, straightforward facility as far as a car dealership goes. It's a better location for the business, high visibility. And I think as far as site impact goes, we've, as a team, we've done a great job of locating it where it doesn't look like a giant monster on the site from the road. It sets back into the hill naturally, so it dives into the hill. And achieves everything that a very successful business that Garraville is wants to keep going forward in the city of Norwalk.
Thanks, Mike. So as you said, it's approximately a 45,500 square foot building, and it's replacing 2 buildings on those 3 sites right now that total approximately 46,000 square feet. One of the buildings has already been demolished. So in total, there's less square footage being proposed than there currently is there now, and we are merging the lots. Quickly, our traffic consultant, Steve Chipola from Hardestein Hanover, will give you a really quick overview of the traffic impact, which we don't feel there is any based on this proposed use.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. For the record, Steve Cipolla, Frederick Clark, Hardestein Hanover. We conducted the traffic study for the proposed Subaru dealership. For the traffic study, our study area consisted of two intersections along Main Avenue. We looked at the Grist Mill DMV access drive signal lights intersection to the north, and to the south, we looked at the Valley View Road Merritt 7 access drive signal lights intersection, as well as the three proposed site access drives. We conducted our turning movement counts at the end of January, beginning of February, on a Wednesday during the week and a Saturday weekend condition, which I'll just note was a pre-COVID condition. So the traffic volumes were before the COVID issue. Based on our counts, we identified peak hours 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the morning, 5 to 6 p.m. in the afternoon, weekdays, and on Saturday, 12:15 to 1:15. We adjusted those volumes based on local Connecticut DOT ATR data and adjusted as needed. We looked at accident data along Main Avenue within the study area for the latest 3 years, 2017 through 2019. As I mentioned, there's three proposed site access drives. The northerly access drive will be restricted to right turn in, right turn out only. The middle driveway will be a full movement driveway, and the southerly driveway will be gated and only used for the tractor trailer delivery of new vehicles. And that's the only time that that would be used. Based on ITE trip generation rates for new car dealerships, the proposed site's estimated to generate 85 vehicles during the morning, 111 during the PM, and 183 on Saturday. As part of this traffic study, we did not take any credits for the existing retail that could be occupied, could be reoccupied, to provide a conservative worst case analysis. Based on our analysis, there was no significant impacts to the study area intersections during all peak hours. And as part of our traffic study, we also reviewed sightlines, and sightlines at all the driveways meet the Connecticut DOT standards for sightlines. And if there's any questions.
Thanks, Steve.
I guess I have one quick question. Will you be permitting left turns out of the site?
Yes, at the what we're calling the middle driveway, which is just on the I guess the south end of where the service area is. That will be permitting left turns exiting the site. If you want to bring up the site plan. The middle driveway that Eric is pointing out, that will be a full movement driveway that will allow left turns entering and left turns exiting. The northerly driveway will be restricted to right turn in, right turn out only due to its proximity to the traffic signal at the DMV to the north.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, Jeremy Garvell, one of the Garvell family members here who has really helped to design the site, is here. If you have any operational questions, or if the commission has any other questions or concerns that we should look at before the public hearing, we're happy to hear them now.
I think my only question is along what Lou was just saying is, and I drive this daily because my kids' daycare is right down over there at tutor time, and this backs up, the main Ave backs up quite deep at the rush hour time. And then if we start adding left turns there, I worry about the just chaos that we're potentially causing by doing that.
So you're saying when we go south on Route 7 into Norwalk?
On Main Ave. Right. This is on Main Ave, right? Yep. Main Ave gets backed up very deep on like the rush hour up to the Grills Mill. Anyone who drives that during the rush hour times know. I have experienced that, unfortunately.
Okay. We'll certainly look at that with our consultant for the public hearing. And they did do a full traffic study that they'll do a more thorough review of at the public hearing for you, but we'll definitely address that, Mr. Cantor.
Thank you.
Okay, so it seems like the question regarding the traffic, an elevation showing the car lifts as you're coming north on Main Ave, and then the turn-in radius to show you that we can actually unload our cars on site, which is really a key component of why the Garavells want to move here as opposed to where they currently are. The car storage available on the site, and the fact that they can conduct their entire operation on site as opposed to having to utilize roads for deliveries and the such is very important to them. So,
any final questions from commission members? Staff? Steve, anything?
No, not for me. Brian does. I'm not sure.
I've got nothing, Lou.
Okay.
okay. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate the allowing us to go before your Wall Street presentation. We thank you very much.
And Steve, we're looking to put this on our agenda in December.
It looks like 12/9. Yeah, we'll confirm everything. Brian and I will figure it out the next day or so.
Okay, fine. Okay, that pretty much clears the business on the agenda so that we can now move on to, and I think we ought to handle all three of these at the same time. 4-20R, Wall Street Recap Associates, LLC. 5-20 SPR, Wall Street Recap Associates. And 6-20 SPR, Wall Street Recap Associates. This is a public hearing. The way our hearings are conducted is the developer will give a presentation. We have our own architectural review that's been done on this project. So Mr. Griswitz will be given an opportunity to present the results of that review. Throughout this process, commissioners are encouraged to chime in with any questions or concerns they have. Once that part of the hearing is completed, the public will have an opportunity to speak. Just keep in mind, you get only one opportunity. So make sure you take that opportunity to say everything you want to. And again, since we've gone with Zoom, I've reminded folks who want to speak that comments need to be appropriate, and that if they are not appropriate, the staff will cut you off. So please be mindful of that. Once the public has had an opportunity to speak, the developer will have an opportunity for rebuttal, and we will then end the public hearing. And with that, I'd like to call the representative for the developer to start the process.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is William Hennessy. For the record, I'm with the firm of Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, and I'm in the Stamford office at 707 Summer Street. I can see all of you. I trust you can see all of me. I don't think I can.
No, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Good. I don't control my camera at the moment. It says the host has asked you not to start your video. I won't take personal offense to that. I will
Well,
just.
it said to start your video, Bill.
Can I start it?
Yeah, go ahead.
There I am. Thank you. It's nice
Oh,
to
go back to the way it was.
It's nice to be seen. I've been seeing you all along. For the record, I'm here in connection with the application for site plan approval, coastal site plan approval, and a text change filed by Municipal Holdings LLC. You'll learn, as you don't know, that that's a subsidiary of Citibank, as well as Wall Street Recap Associates LLC. And I'm also here in connection, and those relate to 61 Wall Street, the building that is partially completed already. I'm also here in connection with the application filed by Second Garden Development Limited Partnership and Wall Street Recap LLC, all for coastal site plan approval and site plan approval, and that relates to the building on the site of the former Garden Cinema, which we call 17 Isaac Street. And as a housekeeping matter, Mr. Chairman, you beat me to the punch on one thing. I just wanted to make it clear that all of the applications and things we'll be talking about are going to be subject of one global hearing. They are technically two different buildings, so two different projects in a technical sense. As you'll learn tonight, they're being developed by the same developer, financed by the same institutions. They will be built simultaneously and operated in somewhat of conjunction. So sometimes we may stumble and refer to it as the project. That is just a generic mistake, and I apologize in advance if that happens. The second housekeeping notice I want to talk about is actually related to notice. If this were a hearing in the Common Council chambers, this is the point where I get to walk over to Steve and hand him a big bunch of paper and tell him we had noticed all of the required neighbors, and here was proof of it. In this case, I'd just like to note for the Zoom record that we have previously delivered those to the zoning office, and we have received acknowledgement from Mr. Kleppen that they're in your hands. I think to make most efficient use of this time, I see it's past 8:30. I'd like to just introduce you to everybody that's here for the developer applicants at the moment. I'll just run through that quickly. The most important person to me is my partner, Deborah Brancato, who did really the weedy stuff in terms of not just the zoning submittals, but the drafting and processing of the land disposition agreement and plan amendments that were approved in July by the Norwalk Redevelopment Agency and the Common Council that you're aware of. Michael Weisbrod from Kroski Architects is also here. He will have a prominent role tonight discussing the plan that he's devised to finish somebody else's work at 61 Wall Street, and then figure out how to make sense of a project that has a non-functional parking facility in the basement and nonetheless park it at a property across the street and still make use of it as a residential site as well. Brett Holsworth from Redness and Mead is here. Brett was a civil engineer on the project. His firm, of course, did the surveying. Queasy Brown is here from Malone and McBroom as our parking and traffic consultant, and he'll be here to address any questions you have. We all represent Wall Street Recap Associates, LLC, which is a company formed for the development of this partial property. It's a wholly owned subsidiary of JHM Financial. The principals behind that, the two people, are Todd and John McClutchy. They're both on tonight. And Todd in particular will describe to you anything you need to know about the intended timing of this, the financing of it, and probably most important, the question we've been asked over and over again as we've gone through many discussions of this project, the workforce housing bans, rents, how it'll be administered, what sorts of professions you could expect to occupy the homes that will be constructed, and those sorts of things. Just to recap then, Wall Street Recap is intending to buy the property. It is designated the successor redeveloper by the agency. The current owner, as you will learn in a second, is Municipal Holdings, subsidiary of Citibank, which was the lender for the POCO group that owned the property. The idea would be that once approvals are in hand, they would conclude their financing under the land disposition agreement. You should know there is a commitment letter from Citibank to begin the financing of this, to put the debt on this, so the parties are ready to spring into action, if you will. The portion of the project we're here to talk about tonight is what was for many, many years called Phase 1 of the Wall Street redevelopment plan. You've no doubt read the many, many years of newspaper articles about the fits and starts of getting that project going. You've read certainly our application materials, and the presentations have been softly delivered to you. So I won't spend a lot of time reminding you of just how this project got to you tonight, but I'll go over it very quickly because the context of this is critical. This project really had its beginnings almost 20 years ago when the concept of a Wall Street redevelopment plan was hatched. It actually took a little more gravitas when the original plan was created in 2004. So the plan was created in 2004, and by 2008, of Phase 1, this project, 61 Wall Street, was put forth by the POCO entities. And it was for a project not terribly unlike what wound up being partially constructed, but it didn't get going for quite some time. It took from 2008 till 2015 when your predecessors approved the last modification of the site plan that will be hopefully modifying for a final time tonight. In 2015, that final site plan was approved. It was for 101 residential units, exactly what we hope to build now. 20% of them were going to be workforce housing. We hope to include more than that now. It was going to be about 13,000 square feet of retail space at the ground floor, and an additional modicum, about 2,000 or 3,000 square feet of restaurant space at the ground floor. The most, I think, capturing element of the building was an innovative, untested, robotic, automatic parking garage that was going to grab your car and put it safely in the basement where it would be stored away until you push the button again and needed your car back. And in the spring of 2016, construction actually started on this project. And it proceeded rather robustly until the summer of 2016. 16, yeah. And it proceeded until the summer of 2016, as I said, when it ground to a halt. And it didn't start again. it stopped. It took a year for Citibank to acquire title to the property, which in the scheme of things is probably not that long. So by the summer of 2017, the lender, Citibank, had acquired title and it began to analyze what it had. It didn't really understand the project. It wasn't the developer, it was simply the lender. That's when my current clients, JHM, were brought into the fold, and JHM was asked to, by Citibank, to analyze it, size it up, come up with a plan. Because at this point for Citibank, and to this day, this remains a workout situation. How do you make sense of this? How do you get out of the deal and put it all together and do what's right? Citibank worked hard on it. Our clients worked hard on it. And the first thing that everybody realized was that the robotic parking garage system was dysfunctional. It could not work. It could not work programmatically. It could not work economically. It made no sense. Everybody came to that realization quickly, and the idea was abandoned, which wasn't the worst thing. It left us with a really big, deep basement. But the biggest problem it created, of course, was there was no place to park automobiles. We had 101 units and really no place to park cars. So the McClutchies, through their JHM entity, worked hard, Todd in particular, trying to identify another site. And the obvious site that they worked hardest on and showed the most promise was the phase 2 site, which was right there on Isaac Street. It made the most sense because you could build there a garage, which was planned anyway. You could just build it bigger and you would be able to park the phase 2 building as well as what you needed to park from the phase 1 61 Wall Street building. Made sense. Todd worked hard on it, John worked hard on it, and they thought they were making progress. However, in the spring of 2018, they learned that it had been purchased by a third party. And so that foreclosed use of that spot. That was probably the low point of the project because there had been low income tax credits obtained by Citibank to finance this project, but they came with completion dates and date lines all throughout there at which certain things had to be done. And it became impossible for Citibank to make those deadlines. So they were forced to return the tax credits. So there was no funding at that point. There was no parking at that point. There was no developer at that point. So, you know, around the first of the year in 2019, things began to look a little better because there became another option presenting itself to Citibank and Municipal Holdings in the form of the Garden Street Dinnerman when it was announced by the Friedmans that would be closing. So attention turned to that site and it was eventually put under contract. And that is where we propose a building tonight with parking, and you will see it, to solve the parking problem, much of it, at 61 Wall Street. I will say not the parking problem. I will say the fact that in its reconstituted manner with no robotic parking garage in the basement, the problem being that about only 40 parking spaces can be produced at 61 Wall Street. Therefore, additional parking to service that building needs to be located very near it, if not on site. Well, the Garden Street, the Garden Cinema site was a perfect spot. So 17 Isaac, which is the address of that, was selected, and you'll see that tonight. That was that was very good. And then the process began in the year 2019 of going back to the Common Council and the redevelopment agency for approval of a revised modified site plan and a revised land disposition agreement. Now, you very folks were very busy with your own activity during that time. You were rewriting the CBD regulation for this area, and you were very cognizant of what was going on, and you included a special provision in there to let this project be grandfathered and to proceed if, as, and when it could be put together. And we're very grateful for that. And we're happy that we're going to be able to take advantage of it. We'll get to more of that later. So about a year's time was put in to negotiating an LDA with the redevelopment agency and to revising the concept master site plan and the necessary changes to the redevelopment Agency's plan to allow for this to happen. It was a long time, but in our view, it was a productive time. And I think, as you know, in July, mid-July of this year, both the Common Council approved the amendments, and so did the redevelopment agency. We were asked to be in a position to file for zoning as quickly as possible thereafter. And through the help of the entire team that's on here tonight, led by my partner, Deb Brancato, the applications were filed in, I think, about 30 days, maybe 5 weeks. And we are happy and proud with them. You've selected your peer review architect, Mr. Gritzwitz, who I see is here tonight. And we've had a number of back and forths between the architects. If this were a normal time, I think we could have probably made this happen a little quicker by sitting in a room and pulling out, old-fashioned tracing paper and pencils. So it's been a little challenging, just engaging, but not for lack of anybody's trying. And I'm not casting dispersions on anybody. It's just taken a bit longer than we would like to share ideas, I think. At any rate, the applications before you will be described to you in just a minute. There is one text change application, and it started as something much more robust than what it has sort of devolved down to. Now it only relates to one aspect of the building, and it relates to a requirement that currently says that a building, the plane of the vertical plane of a building facade must step back 10 feet at the third level. There's no height attached to it, just third level. That presents a number of problems for us. But as we thought about it, we didn't understand why. We understood why there was a step back, but we didn't understand why it should be at that level, particularly in a district that has strict design review guidelines and the kind of peer review attention that a building will get. We thought that it made much more logical sense to step that back where your base height, your as of right height, stops. That is the fourth story, above the fourth story, or 55 feet. To us, where you've drawn a dichotomy between base height and bonus height, that is where the step back should occur. And we talked to Steve Kleppen about it, and we asked, what was the magic of the stepping it back at 3 rather than 5? And he said, there wasn't any magic. We just thought a step back. And I'm paraphrasing now, Steve. I apologize if I got it wrong. But he said that the magic is that it stepped back and the building articulate, so it's not one tall, flat plane. If it happens at an upper level, that might be fine. Let me reach out. Let me think about it and then reach out to our peer reviewers and discuss that. And the word we've gotten back is, your idea makes sense. So we have rewritten it several times, but I think where we are now, which is a very, very simple textual change, is where everybody feels comfortable. So with that said, the application for 61 Wall Street takes the form of a building that has changed in terms of its parking at the grade level below the podium. We've added some. That's come at the cost of a little bit of the retail, which might not be bad. It has also taken the form, that application, of changing some of the exterior skin materials to a vernacular that we think is better. And that discussion is still ongoing between Mr. Weisbrod and Mr. Gritzwitz. And that is really about it. The massing, shape, and form of the building is the same as was proposed and approved by this board in 2015, and as such qualifies for the grandfather exemption. Now, the building at 17 Isaacs is brand new. It will require the demolition of the existing theater and the construction of 2 levels of parking that sit below 2 levels of housing. And the opportunity here is to use that structure to park a good deal of 61 Wall Street and all of the 17 Isaac Street residents. So that's why I say the applications are technically separate, but we think of them as a single application. Your staff knows, Mr. Kleppen noted that because of the shared parking arrangement, which is allowable in the CBD zone, it will require that there be an instrument placed on the land records tying the parking legally to the extent that it's required at 61 Wall Street and used at 17 Isaac Street together. We're perfectly comfortable with that. In our mind, that is a condition of approval subject to the appropriate document being approved by the Corporation Counsel's office. If you need to see something more formal than that now, we could draft it. I don't know that it makes a lot of sense to draft it now, but we're open to any option that makes you the most comfortable. So I'm about to turn it over to Mr. Weisbrod, but I'll just give you a couple of facts so you can keep them in front of you as we go through a look at the building. Remember, both properties are in the CBD zone and both properties are in the Wall Street West Avenue neighborhood plan administered by the redevelopment agency. 61 Wall Street is about 1.33 acres, tad over 1.33 acres. 17 Isaac Street is just a touch more than 3/4 acre. At the end of the day, as I said, the goal is to take 61 Wall Street and complete it as a 101 unit residential project, 40 parking spaces on site, about 10,000 square feet of retail, and the abandoned robotic garage will be occupying the basement. I should tell you about 1,000 square feet of the retail in this building has been reserved and designated basically as a free space for a number of years for the Norwalk Art Society, and that's pursuant to a land disposition agreement. 17 Isaacs is a 4-story building. The 2 upper stories are residential living units, 50 of them, and they sit above the parking garage. That contains 152 spaces. So as combined, it's a 151 unit project with 192 parking spaces and a little over 10,000 square feet of retail. In addition to that, I suppose we have a rich package of amenities that Mr. Weisbrod will tell you about as soon as I let him talk, which is right about now. Michael, how's that?
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. For the record, my name is Michael Weisbrod. I'm a principal at Krosky Architects in Hartford, address 750 Main Street. Attorney Hennessy has done a pretty good job of setting the stage, so I won't go into any more of the history of the project. But I do want to just cover a few high-level aspects of the project before I get going here. As Attorney Hennessy mentioned, this design has evolved a great deal, not just over the last few years, but to a great extent over the last several months. And what you're about to see is the result of the close collaboration between our team, city officials, neighbors, local historians, and other architects. And as we continue to receive feedback, our team is exploring this feedback and in many cases making refinements to the design. We realize it's not possible to make everyone happy, and this is surely not to be made to be a design by committee project, but we do realize that a project like this that has been in the public eye for quite some time demands critical attention from our team, which we promise to give it. And in the recent weeks, we've been reviewing comments from the city's peer reviewer, Mr. Bob Griswatz, and those discussions are very much ongoing, as Attorney Hennessy mentioned, and therefore not every comment is yet addressed, but we are working very closely with Mr. Griswatz, and we'll continue to do so in the future. Before I start my screen share, just want to also point out you're going to see a lot of plans, elevations, renderings, and other drawings that describe how the buildings will look and function once they're built. What's not readily evident from these illustrations is the energy consciousness of the design. And we've done a lot of projects with JHM, I'm proud to say, and every one of them has been environmentally conscious one way or another in its final product. So this project will be no different. We are targeting Energy Star certification for both buildings, and we'll continue to explore other certifications such as LEED as the project moves on into subsequent phases of design. And just a last bit of housekeeping before I move on here. There's obviously two buildings to this project, 61 Wall Street being the partially constructed mixed-use building on Wall and Isaac Street. I may be referring to that as the North Building as we move on, so just semantics there. And the other project, the other building rather, is the new construction project proposed on the Garden Cinema site at 17 Isaacs. I may refer to that as the East Building. So I'm going to start the screen share. So you can follow along with the plans now. Everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. So I won't talk about the site plan too much, but use it more of an orientation tool. Up to the upper left, we have Wall Street on the running to the northeast and southwest where the project fronts. Isaac Street wraps around the north leg of the phase 1 building, the North Building here, and goes in between of the two buildings, wrapping around the building and terminating. We do have our zoning table here, which is prepared by Redness and Mead. I won't go into too much detail here. If there are questions, we can return later on. And from here on, I'd like to talk about each of the buildings separately. We realize this is a single project and they're very tied together, but each building really needs to have its own conversation. And, you know, both of these buildings were quite interesting from an architectural design process. But the North Building especially was perhaps a little bit more unusual than your normal architecture project in that we were tasked with reprogramming part of a partially constructed building that we realized just didn't work, and also recladding the building exterior. So before I begin reviewing the plans in any more detail, I just want to again point out the things that we are not proposing to change with respect to the previously approved design. And those are the building footprint will remain entirely consistent. The upper floor plans, the unit count, the unit layout, and the overall building massing will remain consistent with the previously approved plan. And as you'll see, the changes for the North Building are really confined to the basement and first floor program, along with the exterior materiality. The rest of the building will remain just like the originally proposed and approved and constructed plan. So I'm going to start in the lower level of the building, work my way up. This is the basement plan. Much of the basement is unprogrammed at this time because it's very large, as Attorney Hennessy mentioned. It's really not ideal for any use of space, but we are exploring some amenity space down here in a portion of the basement to supplement the residential apartments above. This could be a community center or something of that nature. And moving up to the first floor, this is really the heart of the project, not just this building, but I think the project in general. The first floor contains a variety of uses. We are proposing well over 10,000 square feet of retail, and those are the yellow boxes you see dispersed around the perimeter of the building. And as Attorney Hennessy mentioned, one of those spaces is designated for the Norwalk Arts Center. Probably going to be this space on the corner at the elbow of Isaac Street. And the center of the first floor will contain the 40 covered parking spaces. That was the former location for the lifts down to the basement, which will be infilled. And the balance of the first floor in red and gray, as you see here, are the circulation and support spaces. Those will stay more or less as they were proposed on the original plan. We do have two main entries to the building, one on Wall Street, through Block Arcade to the parking, as well as access to the elevator lobby leading upstairs, and a similar through Block Arcade on the end of Isaac Street through that lobby there. And just one quick note before I move on. As I mentioned earlier, we're working with the peer reviewer, Mr. Griswatz, and one recent point of discussion has revolved around the idea suggested of adding more retail to the north leg of Isaac Street between retail D, where my cursor is here, and retail E. So after some study of this proposed change, we think we have a way to make this work. However, the plans before you tonight do not yet reflect this change because it was such a recent development. So we are going to add more retail to this area, and we will update the plans to reflect this change and resubmit them to the city accordingly. And moving up to the second floor, the upper floors are, again, primarily residential. But the second floor, I just want to point a few things out. So we do have quite a bit of recreation space here. We have a very large roof patio. It's about 13,000 square feet. The layout and size is consistent with the approved plan before. And we also have a community room and a fitness center at the corners of that roof patio. The balance of the second floor, along with the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors of the building, will contain the apartments. There are 101 total in this building, and the quantity, mix, and layout will remain just as they were proposed before. I'm not going to go into the third, fourth, and fifth floor plan because they are pretty consistent with what you see here, but I can go back to them later if there are questions. Now that I've covered the program, I just wanted to now go on to talk about the exterior of the building. Again, this is where the material changes come into play. So the rendering you see before you is if you were standing on the opposite corner on the intersection of Wall and Isaac Street. And just want to talk a little bit about this part of the exterior of the building. We worked pretty closely with planning staff, another local architect and historian on this part of the building to ensure its appropriateness of this facade and corner, given its historic setting within the neighborhood. We felt it was very important, whoops, apologize there. We felt it was important to integrate traditional materials and treatments into this part of the project, given its setting. But to a point, we did not want to create quote unquote fake history with this building by making it appear as though it's 100 years old or more, and thereby be indistinguishable from the truly historic buildings of this district. But we did want the building to not feel foreign and out of place. So we tried to walk a fine line is what I'm trying to say here. So again, we did take on cues from surrounding buildings in terms of materials and treatments. That's primarily why we chose brick as our primary material, running more or less grade to roof, as much of the other historic buildings in the area do. We're also proposing slightly different window treatments on this part of the building. We have traditional double hung windows with masonry, lintels, and sills here as well. In terms of the base, we have our retails fronting Wall Street as shown on the plans earlier. And these storefronts march around the building on Isaac Street and around the corner as well. Each of the retail spaces will have awnings to contain signage and branding for those various tenant spaces. And the base of the building itself, on the Isaac Street portions of the building, will have a stone veneer, whereas the Wall Street facade and corner will have a brick veneer, as you see here.
Mr. Weisbrod,
Yes.
a question. How large on average are those retail spaces?
They vary in size. I'll go back to the first floor and zoom in. We are showing the areas to each one. They are a little bit larger on the corner. So we have about 1,500 square feet on this anchor retail space. The other one opposite the lobby is about 1,850. And they start to get a little smaller as we march around Isaac Street. The one proposed here is going to be slightly smaller than what you see here. Retail E is actually going to grow a little bit. We are going to recapture some of this dead space of the parking garage. That was one of Mr. Griswotz's comments. And finally, we have these two spaces on the opposite end of the building, flanking the other through block arcade. This one's fairly large. It's envisioned as a restaurant. We have about 2,600 square feet there. And the other one, we have about 1,300 square feet.
Let me explain why I'm asking the question. And this is not scientific, but with the recent developments in Norwalk, the Avalon, the Waypoint, it seems to be difficult to attract appropriate retail. And I'm coming to the conclusion that maybe we need to change our thinking on this retail and pare down the size of the individual retail spaces so that you can attract true neighborhood retail. Whether it's the very small grocery store or a place that takes in but doesn't necessarily clean your laundry. The kinds of businesses that actually will help to service the people who are going to live in these buildings. And it's just something I want you to think about, because I have not seen any studies that support that. It's simply my current thinking regarding that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's a fair point. I think that would be, in most cases, fairly easy to accommodate. A lot of the retail spaces do have multiple entries, such as this large one here. So it would be fairly easily doable to install or partition to subdivide the space should the right tenant come along needing a certain amount of space. So we will look into that further. Good point.
Thank you.
So I've started to talk about the outside of the building as you experience it from Wall Street. These are the elevations of the building, the one we just looked at in the rendering on the bottom, showing the adjacent buildings on Wall Street here. I'm going to start to talk about the rest of the building as you come along Isaac Street now. The upper floors of these facades are a composition of different materials, which are positioned in such a way where they help break down the massing of this building. And we've also differentiated colors to, again, further help break down the massing. And just another quick housekeeping item here. As discussed on the first floor, we did agree to make some changes to the first floor by adding some retail. So again, the changes have not found their way to the drawings yet. So there will be some additional storefronts proposed here that we will show on the next iteration of drawings. And the last couple of elevations for the north building, the one on the top is the southern leg of Isaac Street, which again is treated pretty similarly as to the other elevation of Isaac Street in terms of materiality. You can see the garage entry and exit here as well. And the one on the bottom is a section cut showing the roof plaza through the building on Isaac Street to your right and Wall Street to your left, showing how the courtyard would appear from inside that roof plaza, which you would not see from the street. In terms of materials, I won't go into too much detail here, but I can certainly return if there are questions. But in terms of materials, I've already talked a little bit about what we're proposing. We are proposing a traditional brick veneer on the Wall Street facade primarily. We're also proposing other materials throughout the rest of the building, primarily fiber cement and panel siding, as well as stone veneer for the base, as opposed to the Wall Street area, which is going to get the brick again, as well as some metal siding that'll occur on the top of the building. So again, I'll come back to this if there are questions. And to wrap up the north building, I'll end with this here before I go on to the next building. We're certainly conscious of the fact that this building has stood partially constructed for some time, and we want to be able to improve the curb appeal as soon as we're able to. So we are exploring some screening options that are quite innovative that can be used to address that curb appeal as soon as we can. So showing a few examples here of how that might happen, showing, in this case, renderings of the finished products. In this case, they've actually applied it directly to the building. So we are exploring that as part of this design process. So I'll talk a little bit about the East Building now, 17 Isaac Street. This is the quote unquote new building to the project. As mentioned before, the balance of the parking is located here on this new garage. There are 157 spaces total. The garage layout is fairly straightforward. There's a landing on either end. In between, there are two double loaded aisles that are inclined that get you up and down through the building. And there is a lobby facing Isaac Street, which is on the bottom just to orient us, that allows the primary entrance and exit to the building, both for the parkers and the residents. Moving up through the building, this third and fourth floor contain 25 apartments each for a total of 50. Some of these apartments on the third level have balconies, which you'll see in the renderings in just a minute. And there is some interior amenity space as well as some support space on each of the floors. And there is also a fairly decently sized roof patio proposed for this building as well. This one is about 5,500 square feet. So now that I've covered the program on the 17 Isaac Street building, talk a little bit about the design process on this one as well. This was an interesting design process as well. We knew walking into this that we did not want to have this building read as a parking garage with a different building plopped on top. The residential use and parking layouts were not inherently compatible with each other at the beginning of this project, but through some finessing, we think we found a way to create a cohesive design here that is, still being finessed even to this day. So what we've done here is a couple of things that I'll explain. Is we've arranged our fenestrations, our window openings on the upper floors of the residential uses to align with both the express columns of the parking garage as well as the openings for natural ventilation. You'll see this as we turn the corner as well. But the other thing that we tried to do here with regard to the upper floors is to break down the massing. And we did that for a few reasons. One is to be able to tie in, again, to the relationship of the lower floors express parking structure to the upper floor massing. But the other reason we did this is because in strategic locations, as you'll see in a moment here, we wanted to provide setbacks near the neighboring buildings as much as we could. And I'll talk more on this shortly. So the first rendering you see here is you're experiencing coming down Isaac Street. You see the 61 Wall Street building on your right. The little arts center would be in this space here just to orient us, and the Isaac Street would turn around the corner. So you're seeing the face of this new building here. The rendering on the bottom shows the view further down Isaac Street, and I'll zoom in here, looking back at the building. So a couple of things to point out in this rendering here. One is you can start to see how the upper floors start to push and pull to, again, accomplish relating to the massing of the lower floors. But in this render, you can see how this particular setback occurs next to this adjacent building to provide some breathing room. And the other thing I'll mention with respect to this rendering is this tower element. This tower element projects a little bit taller than the fourth story of the building. And this is because we have to have the roof access for our patio. So our stair and our elevator access are buried within this bulkhead spire, if you will. It's treated a little bit differently purposely because we wanted this to feel a little bit lighter and not as imposing. And this is something we are working with Mr. Griswatz on refining as well. A couple more renderings here I'll show of the building. This next rendering on the top is if you would see it from the Divine Brothers property. Again, you can kind of see how the massing starts to push and pull and tie in with the structure below. And again, on the left, you can start to see and appreciate how we've been taking very careful steps to locate these setbacks and provide breathing room to these adjacent buildings. This is the 17 Isaac Street building that you see here on the left of this rendering. And just before I move on to the last rendering here, one quick note, we did make some tweaks and refinements to this alley between the buildings. So we've added some landscaping and some nice fencing based on feedback we did receive from this neighbor. And the last rendering here is as you would see the building from Commerce Street on the opposite road by the railroad tracks. A couple things to point out here. This retaining wall that you see here, right now it's a little unsightly, to be honest, but we are going to restore it. We think this has the potential to serve as a blank canvas, if you will, for perhaps a mural project at some later date. But we are going to dress this up to improve the curb appeal here, as well as adding some public improvements up top above this retaining wall by creating a little pocket park, if you will. And just one final thing I'll mention, you could ignore this bottom piece here. We are proposing some displays on the facade of the east building facing Isaac Street. We're doing this to enhance the streetscape because we don't have the ability to do retail use on the parking garage, obviously. So these displays will actually be ideally located to serve the Arts and Cultural Center as in this location here. So the displays will be designed deep enough to house small sculptures or paintings or what have you. So the arts community can use this as a kind of rotating exhibit, if you will. We feel this will liven up the street fairly well. So I know I've covered a lot here. In closing, I just want to say this has been a very interesting project for us in that it contains two buildings that are, very programmatically tied to each other. They contain a variety of uses, and not to mention one of them is partially built already. But it's projects like this that have these imposing parameters that often get us to think outside the box and come up with new and innovative solutions that we wouldn't have arrived at otherwise. So we feel, with 150 new apartments with over 10,000 square feet of retail, actually probably more like 12,000 once we tally up the new areas, we think this project is really going to enhance this part of Norwalk. That concludes my presentation. I can turn it back over to Attorney Hennessy if we want to continue on with other parts of the presentation, or we can pause for questions. I will leave it up to the commission. Thank you.
Attorney Hennessy, would this be a good place to ask Mr. Griswatz to speak and give his review?
I defer to you, but it seems like a logical place, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Bob? I apologize that it was a good deal more than 45 minutes.
Okay. I'm here now. So let's see if I try to share screen. Well, what am I doing? All right, let's see if this works. Okay, very good. I wanted to go over a few things. It's been very much a challenge, and now I'm sorry I don't see your faces. Do you see a floor plan for the Wall Street place?
Yes, we do.
Wonderful. Okay. I'm not going to claim to you that I understand this project fully or why it is what it is. It's been a real educational process getting to this point. a number of design notes, which I've now relabeled preliminary design notes, and I will give to Steve for posting. I have been able to develop, and I've been focusing mostly on the design of the building and not on a lot of the things that we have done in the past buildings of just conformance to zoning and things like that, assuming that that's good enough for now. Because I think these are the most important things. And so what I would like to go over with you are 4 things, one of which Michael has talked about some, and that's the street activating use, transparent storefront, acceptable building materials, and the design of the corner block at Wall and Isaacs. This first one, the street activating use, I think is an important thing to discuss because of this project, but also because it's something that comes up, I think, with every project or many projects that we will be seeing in the urban renewal areas and also on North 7 is how much street use. And Mr. Chairman, I know you mentioned having smaller, I think Michael's proposal to be able to subdivide spaces or move demising partitions is exactly what a good retail developer would do. When you design a mall, back when you used to design malls, you had anchors that were pretty much fixed, and everything in between could be subdivided on maybe a 5-foot module or to accommodate whatever tenants you could attract. And getting a good mix of tenants was very important for having a successful project. So in any case, Michael has said that we've been talking back and forth about the how to use this. I had seen this and I said, well, why do we have this big gap here? And now I'm skipping through saying, if this was a walkable street, you'd walk up to here and you say, why would I ever go down here? So that was the whole thing, to try to make this a more walkable street. Michael's already talked about the development of more storefronts along here. And I put and I don't know if it's 2016 or 2015, Mr. Hennessy, but I did the best figuring out what were the predecessors here. There were storefronts here. There were storefronts all along this. This was that plan. There was retail all along here. It's not that different of a plan. Up to this point, it's all the same. This corner is the same. This is all the same. It's really what happens from here to here. And so what I had proposed was a strip of continuous retail here, not affecting any of these parking spaces, taking these parking spaces down to 20 feet deep instead of 30 feet deep, the same thing over here. The only parking spaces that would be lost in this would be 2 spaces here. Now, I will admit, I do not understand what is generating the number of parking spaces for this project, since it's the application says, I believe it has 40 spaces more than is required by zoning. I assume there's a reason for that, but I also would think that probably losing 2 spaces is not the end of the world. We could go into that discussion another time. But what's important here, members of the committee, is that every applicant is going to say, we can't justify street level uses that are what we traditionally think of as commercial or retail. What I saw the other week when I was down at Waypoint looking at another project that'll be before you is that actually the retail works pretty well there. Mostly it works well as restaurants. They seem to be very successful. Restaurants can't go online. If you're going to eat, you're going to have to eat in person. In the middle of the week at lunchtime, people were using all of the restaurants there. So I think it's certainly reasonable to still expect that projects are mixed use and that projects have a commercial use. And I won't go into it too much here, but it will be in the written comments that I have for as basis of testimony, that it's probably useful to think of somehow quantifying how much first floor commercial / retail space would be a part of a project, and perhaps a useful quantification would be square feet of this commercial retail per unit of project. And just as a comparison, if you use that, the 2016 application by numbers that are in the application would have 153 square feet per unit. And I will, the application before the changes that Michael was proposing would have 68 square feet per unit for both buildings together. And if you did what is shown here, you would probably have about 100 square feet per unit. So as we talk about other projects, certainly 100 square feet per unit sounds like about a reasonable number. And we'll, from there on this one and on other projects. Okay, so this is this one. Now let's try, close the current tab. Okay, we'll close this tab too. Now let's take a look. Okay. All right, another important thing is going to be, and this is in your regulations. Oh, by the way, going back to the previous thing, you have in your authority for determining street use, the zoning says that the streets must contain street activating use facing the streets as approved by the commission. The commission has a certain amount of discretion, it would seem, as to what qualifies or what constitutes that street activating use. That would be in contrast to, say, a retail or a through block arcade, where the regulations say specifically that must be a retail store or a restaurant. So presumably more than stores and restaurants could constitute a street activating use. And what I would suggest is that a street activating use be considered something that is used by the public. And that would be a key thing. In other words, a tenant use would not be considered street activating unless the public was also using it. The second point I wanted to talk about was transparency of storefront. Your regulations, the design guidelines say that a street frontage on these principal streets must be 75% open. Now, what exactly does that mean? Or what does that look like? 75% transparent, actually, I believe that's the exact language. All right, come on, there we go. All right, so for example, along Isaac Street right now, if you took each one of the blocks that's windows, and on the now somewhat superseded design, each one of the little show windows, this facade would be about 44% open, so not 75% transparent, 44%. And if we come down here, if it doesn't, oh no, back. Okay, this piece would be about 55% open, and you would contrast that with not the bank, because the bank, all banks were designed to be enclosed, feeling secure, solid. So a bank is not a good example of what you want an open pedestrian facade to be like. But this generic historic building would be, and that is what you're seeing there is about 75% open. Now, if we can take that, give some other examples, another type of building, and this is pretty useful because here we're looking at one of those corner blocks, not unlike different vocabulary, but not unlike the corner block that we're seeing at Wall and Isaacs. It has a masonry frame that has an entry in the center. It has two pieces of storefront. The pieces of storefront have a structural column in the middle, and you take that out, and this is about 76% open, plus or minus. And if you were to, let's see, there you go. There is that storefront. Very simple masonry frame, just like is being proposed for Wall and Isaacs, and a very simple storefront with one nice cast iron column. I'm not saying that every project has to have that, but historically, that's what would happen. And then if we look, let's do it. There we go. What that is really very simple. It looks fancy, but it's not fancy at all. This is standard aluminum storefront. It happens to have a nice base, but there's absolutely nothing unusual to this, except perhaps at a corner where instead of having a big, heavy storefront member, it's actually a butt glass member. So you get down into the details of what makes an interesting storefront. Okay. One of the things, the third point, materials, one of the requirements, our guidelines are a little bit not as precise as one might actually like to have about materials. But one thing in looking at projects is very clear is that the base of a building should be durable. Here we are at Waypoint, and this is your generic stucco over styrofoam. It does not hold up. At Waypoint, this is thin brick over whatever they put thin brick over styrofoam. It does not hold up. So one thing in terms of materials is that we as your consultants would definitely recommend solid masonry, 4-inch masonry. That's what will be durable on your first floor. This happened to be what was on the preceding application, which was cast stone, 4 inches thick. Rock cast is a very economical cast stone. This happens to be a very nice way to cap it off. Don't have to do that that way, but that is something that would be a durable material. 4-inch brick would also be the same. And that's what we have required on the previous projects that we've done under this peer review. So that's number one under materials. Number two under materials is that windows, let's see, what do we have here? First of all, that windows should be recessed. So here is your neighbor across Isaacs, 55 Isaacs. And if you look at the way historic buildings got, even with pretty much a generic building like 55 Isaacs, got some of their texture it was because windows were set back about 4 inches. If you get a window like on, and you will know exactly what this building is called, but I call it part of Waypoint. Your typical window today is put flush with the building, and you lose all of that. You lose the texture, you lose the in and out, which I'm not going to be able to quote you exactly where it is in your regulations, but your regulations design guidelines talk about moving the composition of a facade in and out. Interestingly, this looks like, and you could probably tell me if this is real brick, it has the texture of real brick. The thin brick is going to feel, and I'm not saying this is, thin brick is going to feel more flat and uniform than real brick. As far as the cement boards, I would say that the cement boards would certainly be acceptable for the upper stories of this. But what you want to be careful about is not using something like clapboard that looks appropriate for a 1-story or a 2-story, 1-family or a 2-family residence, or even a 3-story walk up, but doesn't look right on a 6 or 7-story, 5-story building. But there are plenty of choices that have an abstraction. These happen to be 2 that I picked off at random. Flat panels, panels with a channel veneer or a channel reveal would be very appropriate. Just not everything would be appropriate. Okay, now the materials that were on the material board had a particular manufacturer, Coronado Stone, which gets you into the question of what is, again, in the regulations, something that's appropriate for a New England, appropriate for New England, consistent with what we see in New England, drawing a blanket, 9:30 in the evening. What is not appropriate, again, around Waypoint, is a stone, and we know this is a concrete stone, but it's based on a sandstone from the Southwest that you would never find in New England. You will find no native stones that look like this. May or may not, I'm not sure what this is, but you would never really found this. You could, and this is within the Coronado Stone, find something. This looks, at least in color and in its rectangular form, like a good trap rock base. That would certainly be an appropriate type of artificial stone. And certainly the smooth limestones would be highly appropriate. The bank next door is a limestone building. So there are ones that are appropriate. There are ones that aren't appropriate. And then finally, they're talking about that corner block and the, how to put this gently. So we've got this corner that I think it could be improved. This is, as you saw it, you will see, oh, by the way, you will see that there's a subtle difference here in that this band is lining up, it's at the base of the windows, and here it's not at the base of the windows, so it's a little bit weaker there. If you think of this building as a base and a shaft and a top, which is what the regulations generally talk about, you look at those, you say, how do you deal with them? So what we're suggesting is that we don't have this, we're not designing this, we don't have the solution that's definitely right, but that maybe this base should read more like like the historic example that I showed you before, which is a base that's all out of one stuff, that it's got a shaft, that maybe it comes up, and maybe there's something special that's done at the top windows. Maybe it's, and we know we have the openings in the existing building that can't be raised, but maybe a recess could be made in the facade above. Maybe it's arched, maybe a blind transom, that's what it's called. A blind transom, maybe a rectangular blind transom. There are ways to do that, to make the attic story a little bit different than the shaft stories. And here's one building that does exactly that sort of thing, or it's one of those corner blocks. Interestingly, if you want to see what about 90% open as a storefront, that would be 90% open. But the attic story is somewhat different, and then it has a cornice. And while the argument sounded plausible that we didn't want to make a simulation of a historic building, in fact, the parking garage building has cornices on it, so it really isn't that inappropriate to do if you do it well. So that's one possibility. Second possibility would be, and we're requesting that this be studied, don't know if it's going to work, is maybe the base should be taller. Now, if we look at what was proposed before, the base, was probably a little bit taller. Maybe, again, maybe coming up to the base of those windows, or maybe even surrounding those windows. There's a better word for that. But you look at what this is. This is a base within a brick frame on top of it, a brick frame on top of it with an infill, sort of a monumental infill. The cornice is a separate issue, but it looks like it has potential, as it really was not a bad type of solution, regardless of the details. You can do it different ways, but it's a way that's worth looking at to see if there's a way of doing that. And you look back, and what does a historic building do? It's got that base, it's got the monumental, well, there's at least one way, and then it's got some sort of frieze at the top. This happens to have a frieze with a cornice. There is that monumental window. There is that frieze, and it happens to have a cornice. But it doesn't have to have all of that. It can have a monumental base with all storefront. It can have the monumental joined windows, and it can have a frieze that could be a flat frieze. Doesn't have to have all this detail, but if it was done well enough that the owners wanted to have their name on the building, I think that would be a real asset for Norwalk. So that's what I have for you right now. Now let me see, how do I get this back to you? That's the question. There you are. Okay, how do I stop sharing? Or have I stopped sharing?
You stopped sharing already.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Attorney Hennessy, back to you.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is a good time for us to hear from Todd McClutchy on the income and affordability banding for the workforce housing. So I'd like to turn it over to him, please.
Yeah, thanks, Bill. Yes, I think we went over this a little bit during the last time we had an opportunity to talk about this. And I just maybe want to quickly run through the unit counts and the affordability for each of the buildings and what we have in each. So there are, in the north building, which is again 101 units, there will be 21 one-bedrooms, 68 twos, and 12 threes. In the east building, it's a combination of studio ones and twos, and there will be 14 studios, 32 one-bedrooms, and 4 two-bedrooms. And as Bill was saying, and we've talked about all along here, is that this project really allows for a mixed income range of affordabilities. And we have a number of units at 40% of area median income, and then 60%, 80%, and market rate. We have approximately 56% of the total number of units will be at 80% of AMI or greater. And I can just run through what those rents are at the different levels and just give you a sort of a range of them. And then we can dive into if there's additional questions regarding this. And before I give you the range here, we do a tremendous amount of mixed income, mixed use developments throughout the country. And the philosophy behind this is to make sure that the residents here are appropriately housed and that they are not overly burdened with housing costs, so that they are able to go back out into the community and have disposable income to spend on things, particularly in locations like this, where it's greatly amenitized around here, where you have a significant amount of employment centers, convenience retail, entertainment and culture, as well as transportation. So flipping to the rents for the 40% AMI levels, it's approximately $1,000 to $1,500 of monthly rent. For the 60%, it's between 1,600 and 2,200. At the 80%, it's between 21 and 2,800. And the market rates are between 22 and 3,000. So you can see that, you know, from on the lower side of the scale at $1,000 going all the way up to $3,000 really provides a good dichotomy of a range of residents that will be living here.
How does that relate? How does that relate to the size of the apartments? For example, what would someone at 40% be paying for a 1-bedroom as opposed to a 2-bedroom?
So 40% 1-bedroom is 1,083, and a 40% 2-bedroom is 1,299.
Okay, thank you.
Todd,
So
can you
$200
explain-
difference.
And just want to make sure I'm looking at the memo you guys submitted on the affordable housing. It's so in the Wall Street building, that's all affordable housing, and the Isaac Street, that's where it's more more market rate. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions, Mr. Chairman or commissioners, regarding the financing of this or the timing of the construction?
No, I think not. I think that we all would like to see this, if it's going to go forward as soon as possible.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you know, I'll take some advice from you, but we're approaching 10 p.m. I know there's members of the public. We still haven't touched upon things like traffic or civil engineering, which I think in the context of this project are rather minor as compared to the other projects you've been discussing tonight. I am happy to give you a brief recitation about what we've done in terms of studying the traffic impacts and whatever civil engineering discussions have been going on, and tell you the status of those things. And then perhaps we move on to the public, but I'll defer to you in any way you want.
Well, we've been giving this some thought. Some of the earlier presentations clearly ran longer than we had anticipated, and I apologize to the public for that. I think the way we will handle this is we will not close this hearing. We will continue the hearing into our next meeting, so that if the fact that we delayed this discouraged any public comment, people will have another opportunity to comment publicly. So given that we're inclined to handle it that way, I think it would be fine if you went ahead and gave us a brief recitation on those other issues, and then we'll at least begin the process of hearing public comment.
Well, then, thank you. Then I'll start with just as a general overview. Since we anticipated coming here and trying to process ourselves through here as quickly as possible, as we finished up the land disposition agreement and the other matters with the redevelopment agency and city council, we had preliminary conversations with DPW early on, into the month of July, well before this was filed. And we had pre-application meetings. They favored us with pre-application Zoom meetings so we could go through the building program. Of course, understand that the 61 Wall Street building was something very familiar to them, you know, and that was the easier of the two. We updated them on the 17 Isaacs building, and then we filed, and we had a SEAC meeting in late August, really, I think within, in less than 2 weeks after filing our, our site plan, and it was well attended, and everybody got a good flavor for the the project. And the full applications were delivered to them within days of having been filed. The DPW has sent comments. The WPCA has sent comments. Eversource was present, and working with them is an ongoing process, but we are well on our way with that. Eversource Gas as well, so it's electricity and gas is being actively worked on, and we're confident that the solutions we have will be approved by them. The same thing with water from the first taxing district and Altice with optics. The one, Deb, correct me, what was the date on the updated civil plans that were submitted?
October 23rd.
So on October 23rd, an updated plan set was delivered, and we have every expectation that they'll find them 100% responsive to the requests raised earlier. You will get tomorrow a copy of a letter to Mr. Ireland from Redness and Mead, where each one of the interested agencies' comments are spelled out, and it will explain what's been done. We think we're well on the way. We think we've closed all the loops, with one exception, and that one exception was a request by the WPCA that flow meters be placed at key points to test capacities and flows. And there's a time, Brett, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it needs about 30 days worth of testing. And our client has retained a consultant, and the testing is ongoing, and the 30 days will expire on or about November 17, I'm told. So we should have that completed very shortly. In terms of traffic, I will tell you that we submitted a traffic report for each of the buildings. Those were submitted back with the August filing. The Norwalk authorities were very helpful. They reviewed everything. They asked for more information at certain intersections. That was supplied to them early October under date of October 6th. It's been reviewed, and Mr. Yosik provided as of Tuesday of this week confirmation via very informal email that the revised study is good, was his email. We will get something more formal than that from him before we reconvene, but we have every expectation that the traffic is wrapped up. And I will remind you that this site was studied for traffic and approved at traffic volumes for 101 units, which is exactly what we're proposing back in 2015. And the other site, the 17 Garden Isaac site, of course, is or was until recently an active commercial site. So it has different behaviors and traffic pattern, but 50 dwelling units will certainly be a much smoother traffic impact than a movie theater, which has, spikes up and down. But in any event, 50 dwelling units in this kind of neighborhood is relatively benign. Well, I can put Mr. Brown up, but unless you have questions, I don't know that it does a lot of good at 10 p.m. So I'll take guidance from you.
At this point, are there questions from the commissioners? Are there specific areas of interest or concern from the commissioners that have not been addressed that you'd like to see addressed?
No, I mean, the only thing I think would be curious to see is how Bob's design suggestions get factored in, but I think we're keeping this open for another meeting, so we can address that there.
I think you're right about that. We're going to have another, not only will we keep it open, but there'll have to be another iteration of a meeting like this to address those issues.
I agree. As I indicated earlier on, we've been going back and forth. And as recently as yesterday, we got a fairly extensive bullet point memo on a number of issues. I think tonight's discussion by Mr. Gritzwatz, whose name I think I've been mispronouncing all night, and I apologize, sir, has been edifying. And I think, I know I'm speaking just for myself here, but I do think my sense that I'm speaking for the team here. We have a clearer sense of what the priority issues are. And I think our ongoing conversations can be much more efficient and effective.
And I think from our side, we're more interested in getting this right than speedily moving it along, although we have no reason to unduly delay it.
We appreciate that, and we share your desire to get it right, not fast.
Well, with that, if you're comfortable, we'll open it up to the public.
Yes, sir.
And, all right, let's begin to have some public comment. Brian, Brian will open it up and explain how you get recognized. And again, we'll ask that you simply keep your comments appropriate and to the point. With that, Brian, turn it over to you.
Sure. So anyone from the public, if you'd like to speak, you could just use the raise your hand feature. I know there's 3 people raising their hand now. I don't know if any of the other 3 that are participating would like to possibly go ahead, because I'm anticipating that the 3 in order will take a little bit longer. If not, I'll start with them.
Okay, and please introduce yourself by name and provide us with your address, please.
Okay, so seeing nobody else, I'll start with Emily.
Hi, my name's Emily Wilson. I'm with Goldman, Gruder, and Woods. I'm representing IJ Group Oz LLC, one of the abutting property owners. The group owns 2 of the properties. You should have received a letter from me earlier today with some of the concerns that the property owner has with regard to this project, particularly in light of the recent 2019 revisions to the height and bulk schedule. Some of you may know that I served on this commission, so I understand all the work that goes into putting together text amendments and changes to the zoning regulations and all of the factors that go into putting a project together that not just meets the regulations, but goes towards the neighborhood and making sure that the project really fits within. And what we're asking for is some discretion on the commission's part to look at this project and to make sure that the grandfathering that has been permitted, which is, to my way of thinking, a little odd that you're grandfathering something that doesn't exist. You're grandfathering something for a future use, but to look at this project and see where you can, to the maximum extent possible, make the regulations that you've worked hard on to make that project meet these regulations. The other area of concern that we had was, I haven't heard anybody discuss the long-term parking agreement, which is a requirement, and it would be nice to hear something about that. So thank you for your time and for your consideration on this project.
Thank you very much.
All right, moving on. Next, we had David Rubin.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. My name is Dave Rubin. I represent IJ Group LLC. And I'm really here for the limited purpose of referencing and discussing this Section 13, the grandfather provision that was recently passed, and its applicability to this project in terms of I understand, I heard from Attorney Hennessy that this is the provision that is being utilized in order to move this project through zoning to grandfather it. And there are really questions in terms of whether or not it applies and can be utilized. And I just wanted to bring some of those issues to your attention. I've provided you with a letter and a record, Dropbox record of a lot of documents relative to this issue. I think there are just several points that I'd like to make in furtherance of the record that's already submitted. This Section 13 allows the grandfathering of certain redevelopment projects under circumstances where there's an approved redevelopment plan. That's specifically part of this provision. It's in the second sentence. And there's a real question in this case, whether or not there's an approved redevelopment plan under which this project is being moved. In the first instance, the original redevelopment plan from 2004, well, I should say I'm assuming that it's being moved consistent with the 2004 redevelopment plan, because it wouldn't make sense that it would be submitted consistent with the 2019 plan, but it's really inapplicable under either of those plans. As it pertains to the 2004 plan, which was amended and modified in 2007, the RDA, under a misapprehension of the then law, sought a reapproval of that redevelopment plan under which this project exists in November of 2016. And that was approved by the Common Council November 22nd, 2016, and then by the RDA a few months later on December 13th. And the reapproval of the plan under the belief that if it was not reapproved, it was going to expire, and that an expired plan was going to be very problematic, because if the plan expired, then the project would expire and you would have to start from scratch, was for an 18-month period. And it went through all the processes. And at the time, I think the thought was that the RDA was going to amend the plan within that 18-month period. But over the course of that time, the amendment was really moved to incorporate a brand new plan. And that's the plan, the 2019 plan, that involves Wall Street, in addition to other redevelopment areas. And what happened was that at the expiration of the plan, the expiration of the reapproval in June of 2018, the RDA failed to do anything. They failed to have it reapproved for a period of time so that that reapproval could dovetail into the new plan that was approved in March of the following year in 2019. So as a result, in June of 2018, the 2004 redevelopment plan expired. And I provided you with testimony from Tim Sheehan, where he specifically states that the plan expired. And I just thought this was a notable quote that he, and it's from the Norwalk Hour on March 9th, 2019. And the quote from Tim was at the time, and if the plan expires, the plan expires. So the rights and remedies associated with that plan expire with the plan. You undertake the development of a new plan if you determine that the area still requires the need of a redevelopment plan. And if the rights and remedies associated with the 2004 plan expired, what are you grandfathering? Section 13 requires an approved project in an approved redevelopment plan by its own terms. And there was no approved redevelopment plan for the 2004 plan as of June 2018. So that is one reason why I'm not particularly convinced that Section 13 applies. The new plan, mind you, was rolled out pursuant to Connecticut General Statute 8-27, which governs new plans, specifically new plans, not modifications of old plans. Modifications of old plans are governed by statute 8-136. And notably, the new redevelopment plan was presented as a new plan with no redevelopment projects anticipated at the time. And so one element of the statute that needed to be provided by the RDA at the time the new plan was being considered by the Common Council was whether or not there were any projects under that plan. And the record is clear, and that record's been provided to you, that there were no redevelopment projects. So again, you can't have a commission-approved project in an approved redevelopment plan under the 2019 plan. I guess finally, notably, there are a number of problems with the 2019 plan in terms of its legality or viability in the first instance. So the argument could be made that to the extent that you approve this project as a new project pursuant to one of the plans, it could be void. And that could have a significant, if it's void, you're going to have issues if you're building a plan. And, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want to note three of the reasons why it was void. It's void, and it's really based on the RDA's failure to comply again with Connecticut General Statute 8-127, which is a mandatory statute. It's not discretionary. There are elements in that statute that have to be provided and complied with in connection with a finding of a redevelopment plan and a redevelopment plan area. And, the steps were skipped. And so that is an issue that needs to be considered. One of the requirements is that there's got to be, the RDA has to request the written opinion of the planning agency. And the written opinion shall include a determination of whether the plan is consistent with the plan of conservation and development of the municipality. And that's under Connecticut Statute 8-23. That simply was not done. Secondly, and arguably kind of most disturbing, or maybe not disturbing, maybe that's the wrong word. I don't want to characterize it, maybe problematic, is that the legislature mandates, a public hearing. And the public hearing is, like any public hearing, in an effort to allow the public in a determination that the area in which the proposed redevelopment is to be located is actually a redevelopment area. Because obviously, if you find property is in a redevelopment area, you're finding that there is blight or deteriorating conditions that requires that municipal oversight. So it requires this public hearing. And while there was a public hearing in January of 2019, the entire basis of the finding of blight, and there was a finding of blight by RPA, the city's vendor, was based on finding of that some of the buildings had lead paint or could have had lead paint. And there were issues at that hearing that were brought up by the public. There were the 45 comments in opposition to the finding of a redevelopment area. And at the time, the commission tabled it and said, well, let's go back and look at your issues. And what happened next was questionable, in that the RDA just kind of dumped that vendor and hired a new vendor, Harriman, to determine the finding of blight or the finding of deteriorated or deteriorating conditions, all as if the RPA finding didn't exist and wasn't discussed. And that was a completely different finding of blight that was based solely on, or of deteriorated and deteriorating conditions, based solely on a determination of there were what was the word? There was no, they didn't look at any of the properties. There was simply it was a depreciation analysis, and that depreciation analysis, in terms of being the sole finding for deteriorated and deteriorating conditions, was never brought back before the public in a public hearing. So it was a bait and switch. And the finding of the area is based now solely on the Harriman finding. And that's problematic. And the final thing I'll state about it is that there's got to be notice. And there's a question, there was no notice. It wasn't posted on the RDA official website pursuant to statute. It wasn't published twice in the newspaper pursuant to statute. And I raise these issues solely for the reason of saying that there may be issues relative to this provision, section 13, and otherwise, that compromise the propriety of granting the application that's currently before the commission. The rest of the arguments that I set forth are in the record and in the letter. I'll answer any questions you have. I'll direct you to any document you'd like to be directed to, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. I would just point out that unfortunately we received your information so late that I know that I, for one, did not have an opportunity to review it.
And then to the last, I'll bring over Jason.
So before I decide if I'm going to speak or not, I have a question. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So I have a fairly long presentation. It's late in the day. This was supposed to be first on the agenda, and I don't want it to be rushed, and I want you to get your full attention. But if you'll allow me, I will give a very brief synopsis, very general in terms, and won't get into the very detailed presentation if I'll have another opportunity to speak.
I'm not really comfortable setting a precedent and allowing someone to speak a second time. So that I'd suggest either you go forward with your full presentation tonight or defer it until our next meeting.
So before you make that comment, I own 8 abutting properties. So I can come for one tonight and another one the next time, or I can come for 4 tonight and 4 the next time. So I don't want to split hairs. I'm just talking for your own purposes. I'll talk for a couple of minutes tonight. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Otherwise, I'd like to preserve my ability to go more in depth. I think there's going to be a lot of changes based upon what you've done tonight, right? So I don't want to bore you and be redundant. I'm trying to preserve economy.
Well, we also have to be fair to the applicant who has an opportunity to respond to your comments. And I would rather, given that you have long comments, have them have an opportunity to respond to those comments. And again, not my job to advise you, but you're probably right. There will be some changes. that will be made as a result of what we've heard this evening from our consultant, and that therefore you may wish yourself.
Those are my concerns. I've got some, I want to put the applicant on notice of several issues that if they don't address, is going to be a problem next time. But I don't want to use up my ability to speak. So I'm not trying to catch anybody up. I'd like to see a project happen here. So if you're going to only allow me the one time, I take issue with it. I don't think it's the right call based upon the reasoning, right? I think I do have the right as an owner of 8 abutting properties, right? I can bring other attorneys to talk for me next time, can I? They're all owned by different companies.
You know what? I would have to get legal advice.
Mario, are you there, buddy?
I don't know what the proper answer is. I can only tell you that at public hearings, we allow people to speak only once regarding the application.
But people,
Mr. Chairman, I would let him make his presentation, and then if there are significant changes or modifications that he wishes to comment on, then we'll allow that another time. We don't know how many people are going to come out and speak next time. Maybe there's nobody in addition to Jason, then he can have the floor again. I'd rather not go back and forth on if he's going to speak for 5 minutes or 20 minutes. Might as well just rip the Band-Aid off and get it over with.
This is a follow-up. This is Mario Capola, Corporation Counsel. You had said request for legal advice. And Mr. Milligan did ask for me to appear, so here I am. I've been on the entire time. I have been listening to the conversation. The fact that Mr. Milligan owns 8 properties or 80 properties doesn't give him the opportunity to speak 8 times or 80 different times. You have clear rules, and you've given him the opportunity to speak. And you've clearly stated that you don't want to set the precedent to allow individuals to speak multiple times as part of an application process. I also think you duly pointed out that the applicant should have an opportunity to respond to comments that he makes, and so for that reason, it's helpful that if he wants to go forward this evening. Although it sounds like you've also given him the option if he'd like to speak at the next meeting.
Thank you.
So it sounds like what Steve said, I can go through my presentation. If there's significant changes to the application that would warrant discussion, then I would have another chance to comment on those limited changes. Is that what we're saying?
I think that's consistent with past practice.
I think that sounds reasonable, that if the additional comments that Mr. Milligan wants to make are limited to specifically changes that were made and not repetitive of other points that he's made already, then I think it would be appropriate for him to speak again.
That's fair. And I'm not looking to waste people's time, I promise you.
Okay, so, then the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, Chairman. As many of you know, or most of you know, my name is Jason Milligan of 11 Belden Avenue, Norwalk. I currently own 8 abutting properties that directly abut this proposed project, including 5 Isaac Street, 21 Isaac Street, 23 Isaac Street, 31 Isaac Street, 20-26 Isaac Street, 67 Wall Street, 69 Wall Street, 62-64 Wall Street. I happen to have 2 other parcels under contract nearby as well. And I own a total of 38 properties in the area within walking distance. And I just want to, this wasn't in my prepared remarks, but I've started thinking about, I've spent a lot of time reading old deeds in the properties I own. It just happens to come up when you're doing surveys and you're doing projects. And the old deeds it's a unique area. This area was a thriving, and I look at the old pictures. I spent time with Ralph Loom at the library. I really enjoy going through, looking at some of the old photos and looking at the trolley. But I noticed something that's interesting on the deeds. There's a lot of unusual agreements, easements, ability to use other people's properties for pathways or parking or shared sewers that are running into other people's buildings. I've seen at least a dozen, if not more. And 1948 seems to be when things are really cranking, because that's where a lot of this stuff happened. But there's easements leading from Wall Street back to Isaac Street, and then there's a pathway. There was a walkway across my property. So I say this, and there was a spirit of cooperation that I think happened back then that allowed this area of town to really thrive. That is missing right now. Part of the reason it's missing is there's a big top-down approach for the very center of the city, and it doesn't really take into account the little people. And it's been a frustrating part of being a big member of what happens down there. And I can tell you, I'm going to highlight a number of things tonight that could be easily resolved if there was better communication and cooperation. I stand ready, willing, and able to have those dialogues and those cooperations if we had, if I had a willing dance partner, so to speak. So for the sake of the entire area, there is nobody owning 38 properties, especially, that wants to see something.
Wait for this meeting.
What? Were you talking to me, Dick?
No, it was just feedback. Go ahead, Jason.
Oh, okay. So I very much would like to see something happen over here, but it must comply with the zoning regulations, just like any other project has to. I really would prefer not to appeal this. Are you laughing at me, Lou? Come on, buddy. If this is a compliant project, there's really nothing to say. It's had special treatment for a long time, and extraordinary special treatment. There's been exceptions, and there's been severe consequences for the area because of that. This is a new application under new zoning regulations. It is not a modification of a site plan, which Attorney Hennessy said 2 times. I don't know if he misspoke or if it was deliberately misleading, but that is a very specific definition in the regulations to modify a site plan or a new site plan. This is a new application. There's 5 issues with it that I want to discuss, and there's a couple of minor issues that came up tonight that they should be aware of, just not to trip them up, but they should be in the application so it doesn't slow them down. The 5 issues are, and they're all fixable. That number 1 is height. There's parking, there's drainage and sewer, there's loading or the lack of it, and then the issue of spot zoning. The first issue is height. Wall Street is an historic area with mostly older, smaller buildings. It's got a lot of character. It is regularly and routinely recognized by every plan, study, or set of regulations that are involved with Wall Street. The Historic Commission, the 10-year Plan of Conservation and Development, all redevelopment agency plans and studies for the Wall Street area, and the current zoning regulations all recognize and appreciate the history and the character of the neighborhood. All recommend or require a maximum height of 4 stories on Wall Street. And they have for years and years and years. The Tyvek building has been a real drag on the neighborhood. It was poorly conceived and executed. Why would we want to grant it extraordinary exceptions that would make it forever and always the tallest, most out of place building on Wall Street, towering over the other buildings? The building will never fit in with the surrounding neighborhood because the other buildings can never build that high. Why make it stand out even more by being the tallest? The zoning regulations do not allow a building to be 6 stories at 61 Wall Street, period. Through special exception and by providing public amenities is the only way possible to get an additional height on Wall Street, and that's only to 5 stories. I'd like it if someone could pull up. I don't have the ability to share. I don't have these plans. If someone could pull up the application, it would be very helpful. Steve, do you have that? Page 7?
Not right open. Brian, you got it by any chance? I can get it.
I could race you for it.
All right.
So even if 6 stories could somehow be shoehorned or magically turned, to be allowed, and it wouldn't be a long legal battle questioning the unlucky clause 13, you don't want it. I mean, just look at these pictures. They're done with trees and stuff like that. I own the buildings next door. This building towers over my buildings, and that's only 5 stories in the front. If you look at the back portion, which they just do a very faint outline when they're comparing the elevations, it's massive. Are you able to pull it up?
Which page do you want?
Page 7 would be great.
What's page 7?
And the site plan stuff with all the pictures.
Is that the floor plan? That would help me.
Is my camera on?
No, it's not.
Well, maybe you don't need to see it. But that's not page 7, is it? Yeah, go to page 7. It shows the elevation. You know what? It's not page 7. No, it was page 7 on the architect review, guys. Just when you look at the buildings compared next to each other, and you see the back building, which is the 6-story portion that's not built right now, it's never filled in with any color. It's like invisible. It's light. You don't really get a true loom factor. You don't get the scale. There you go. You scroll down a little bit, where you can see it next to that's looking at from Isaac Street. If you look at it from Wall Street, there you go. So see the white building above the Fairfield County Bank and above the theater? Look, I mean, the theater, those buildings, they're all in a row. That's the character of the neighborhood. The one on the left is 5 stories. That's okay, right? Well, I mean, that's allowed. You can get to the 5 stories, and if you dress it up nice, and some of the ideas they have are good ones. The one in the back is 6 stories. It's not allowed. It will dominate. It will block the sun. It's not in good keeping. So I want you to pay attention to that, especially given the fact that it's not permitted. It's just not. You know, I'll bring it up, but the people at the Phoenix condos, I don't think they're paying attention, but the loom factor back there is pretty awful. I was talking to one of the people on the balcony the other day. They weren't really aware of what's happening, but their balconies now look over parking lot. You can see a little bit of water, but they're going to be looking at a brick wall. I know that the architect tried to step it back in part of the building, but I think that should be consideration of the neighborhood as well, right? Like, you're trying to be cooperating. It shouldn't make the other people uncomfortable and ruin their living. And those people own those units back there at the Phoenix. They've been through thick and thin. They put those in 15 years ago and have been hanging on. So it would be one thing, like, I could understand the commission saying, well, we want to have something done here. The building's partially built, and what's the easiest path forward? And you don't want to throw unnecessary roadblocks, but it's not a viable building that's there. And the current carcass that is there is 5 stories. There's a very little section of that current shell that is actually 6 stories. And the building that's there is only part of it. It's like half of the building that was supposed to be built. The whole wing, the major 6-story wing, is not there, never was there. They stopped at the podium. So there's a steel frame and a concrete deck that takes you to 1 story. Then stories 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 are frame. And the frame building that is there is rotten. Bill Ireland, and they did a full report on it. There's no engineer or insurance company that's going to sign off the structural integrity of that wood that's been for 5 years rotting. Tyvek has a lifespan of 6 months exposed. It's been, years and years and years. That wood is all going to come down. I'm willing to bet anyone that would like to take the bet that all of that wood frame will get removed, and they're going to start fresh from that concrete decking. We'll see, but we'll see. I just don't see it. And, preserving the 6-story component right now, it's a very small portion that's actually 6 stories there. And the relatively low cost of the wood framing compared to the steel and the concrete, it makes no sense to salvage it given the risks. There's been mold and everything else happening to that wood. So understanding that at that point, what could possibly be grandfathered? If that grandfather clause, it's not even called a grandfather clause in the actual reg, but you wouldn't be grandfathering anything there. So this is a new application for a new building. You should be making the applicant follow the zoning regulations like every other project. Make the project 4 stories or 5 stories if the amended bonuses are provided. It will be in keeping with the neighborhood. It's if there's any doubt over whether this is a new application, starting from scratch, I want to read you some sworn testimony from the current zoning inspector, Steve Kleppen. I have 207 pages of testimony when Steve testified in court. I will not read a significant portion of that, but I do want to read a couple of portions of that, because he was asked very pointed questions about it. Like if it's in violation, and the specific violations alleged against the defendant include unpermitted or illegal use of land, the non-compliance with the violation of the conditions imposed on our commission. So, a couple of years ago, zoning fined these people and sued them for not being in compliance. And Steve was asked, they're talking about the notice of the violation. It says, dear owner, pursuant to Norwalk Municipal Code 117.4, you're hereby notified that your property has zoning violations. You're hereby ordered to correct the following zoning violations within 15 days of the day of this notice. And Steve says, yes, you saw that. And were the violations corrected? No. And he says, you're talking about unpermitted or illegal use of land, correct? Yes, correct. Steve answered, there's no valid permit on the property now. So they have a partially constructed building with no permits. So there's no building permit, says Dave Rubin. No valid building permit, no. Go on a little further. So a new building permit would be required, correct. And that would be in essence starting from scratch, correct, says Steve Kleppen. So later on, so either they have to remove the existing structure, correct? Yes, or they've got to satisfy the requirements, or that one doesn't apply. Is there currently a valid approved site plan for phase 1? I believe that's expired as well. So Citibank needs to apply for a new site plan for this, for phase 1, correct? Correct. Before anything can be done? Correct. Correct. How is that different than phase 1 being vacant land? I don't believe it is any different. So I'm skipping to page 166. There's a serious question about the former approval ever being valid as well. So it is expired. But Steve had serious question, and I don't want you to make the same mistake again. Back then, they took the word of the applicant. They were under pressure. It was an election. The project had been dragging on. The commissioners were tired. They said, yeah, we'll give the long-term parking agreement, or yeah, we're going to acquire this additional land. Yes, and they made it all conditional upon conditional approval. The conditions were supposed to be met before they pulled the permit. They pulled the permit. They didn't meet the conditions. They never met the conditions. And Steve Kleppen testifies about that, right? Like that wasn't done here, right? No, I believe the representation was that it would be done, but apparently it wasn't. So the approval is fine, right? Like covering the zoning commissioners, but the permit is not, right? That's correct. You were saying it's very common for application to be based on things that are expected to happen. But so when is the come to Jesus the moment? And this is the judge asking him, when does the zoning actually ascertain whether everything has happened? Mr. Kleppen says it should be before, if you're going to start constructing something that's requiring several parcels to make it a viable project, that should happen before the permit's issued. Now I'm on page 191, almost done with Steve's testimony. It asks, should the permit have been issued? And then Steve says, probably not. In summary on Steve, earlier testified regarding how phase 1 doesn't have a valid permit. Did you mean expired? It's expired, correct. It's expired, so the zoning approval for phase 1 is expired. Does that mean that someone would need to come in and apply for an entirely new approval? Correct. They would have to go back to the commission first, essentially start from scratch, correct? Correct. So it is 100% a new application. Let's talk quickly about parking issues. 61 Wall Street requires 132 total parking spaces to be compliant with the new zoning regulations. This ignores the fact that they were given a parking lot that had 120 spaces and they were supposed to always provide 100 spaces. Let's put that aside for now, because that's not a zoning issue. It's a city issue. It's a public issue. But it requires 132 total parking spaces to be compliant. 92 of those spaces are planning to be provided offsite. And I think they've acknowledged that for a project to provide offsite parking, there has to be a long-term parking agreement to be recorded on the land records. Now, this is an opportunity that you should require up front. I had done this for an application a couple of years ago. I had to have the full long-term parking agreement as part of the application. It was a requirement. I realized it was a different commission, and I realized it was a different zoning director. But given the fact that sometimes developers and things fall through the cracks, and this could be something that you'd be at the time where you're ready to issue a CO and they haven't done it properly and they'd be begging you to make an exception again. I think that you should require this up front and really get a good look at it and make sure that there's nothing that's left undiscussed there. The on-site parking for 61 Wall Street is listed as 40 parking spaces. But the design reviewer, Bob, has maybe taken a couple of those away. And there's a couple of issues with the spaces that are designed there. And I would really like, if you could pull up this site plan at this point, Steve, the one that you were looking at on page 4, that one you did have was the one I was looking for, where it shows, it has the grid on the right-hand side. Are you able to pull it up?
Yeah, you want the first floor?
So it's the first floor. It's page 4 on the right. It's the one that has the zoning data table that compares all the projects, but it also shows the site plan.
Let me see if this is what you want.
That's
That it?
no, but go up one more. So what the heck is this thing called? It's the one that has that Carmody submitted. It's a document that has a cover letter, the Wall Street Place development. It's like a 27-page document or something like that.
Yeah, well, I don't have it broken out that way, so I need to know a little more specifics.
You don't have the documents that you posted online? There was like
I have the list right here. Hold on.
this was from Deborah Brancato on October 26th.
So here's all the documents
Oh, good.
that were submitted.
It's this full set revised 1026. I believe that's it. Can I click it? No.
No.
It's the third one down under site plan review. There we go. Page 4. So if you went past it. Page 4. There you go. So can you see the section that's behind Fairfield County Bank? If you could scroll in a little bit, that would be great, or zoom in. There is an easement there. It's like a parallelogram dashed line, and it says platform and access easement. Can you see it? Do you see that? Can you all see that? Steve? Yeah, you're near it. It's not that one. There's two easements I'm going to talk about. One is the one that says right by the HCP, right above that. There's an arrow pointing in there. Do you see it?
It's in the parking lot.
It's in the parking lot. It says platform and oh, you're there. No. Go. You had it.
Oh.
Right there. Right above your arrow. It says platform and access easement, book 464, page 106. See where that arrow points? There's a long arrow. Yes. See that? That parallelogram, that's mine. I have an easement there. And they've drawn that easement on every site plan since 2004. I have that easement. I have a lawsuit over that easement. I have title insurance for that easement. And your sections 118, 1210, section K of the zoning regulations say all required off-street parking and loading spaces must remain available as approved for the specifically designated uses and cannot be used by the developer, owner, or tenant for any other use than that for which has been approved. They can't park there. I have full access to that area. They need to find a new spot for those parking spaces. And those are handicap spaces. So by removing those, they're going to end up losing 4 or 5 spaces. Now, this is again another example of cooperation. The McClutchies did not create this scenario. It was created by the former redeveloper. However, the McClutchies are in charge of fixing it. This is a relatively minor issue in some ways. It's a major issue for my bank and my tenants and the ability for me to utilize my building, but it's a minor issue in the grand scheme of remaking a downtown. And when you're cooperating, that's something that's easy. So I just point that out, that I'm surprised that Redness and Mead, who I have respect for, would put this. I mean, clearly they recognize the easement because it's on every map, but they should also recognize that they can't park over it. So it's misleading at best. There's no notation about the fact that, you know, what that easement is. And it's an old easement. It's hard to read, even if you print out the copy, but it is very clear and it is very valid. So I just note that when they're trying to comply with their parking. So keep page 4 up as well, please. So if you look to the left of there, there's a concrete walkway. It connects to Wall Street. Now you're there. Don't scroll. So between the theater and the Fairfield County Savings Bank building, there's another easement. It says there that we're not going to talk about that easement, but the concrete walk that's there. Actually, that's not the page I want to show. I want to show. You'll scroll down 2 more pages. And one more. There you go. So on this page right there, good. There's drainage. Scroll up a little bit. In that alleyway, I own that alleyway. So, and this is another example of the cooperation and the easements that were made. The former owner of the Fairfield County Bank building granted an easement to the former owner of the theater. We each have a 1/2 interest in that alleyway. I'm in charge of protecting it, most of the maintenance as the owner of Fairfield County Bank building, but there's no permission to have drainage under it. There's also no permission to have an electric utility box, which is another lawsuit that's going on right now. So there's probably some old handshake agreements. In front of my bank, there was hot water pipes that melted the snow on the sidewalk. When DPW was out working there 2 summers ago, they noticed the pipes, called me and said, hey, do you have permission? Do you have any easement to these pipes to be underground here? They weren't working for a number of years. I knew nothing about it and I was away. And they said, we're going to rip it out unless you can prove to us that you have the right to have them here. I said, I know nothing about it. That's okay. They were putting in a handicap ramp. But clearly there was some sort of agreement that the former people in charge allowed the bank to put probably an innovative, technologically advanced way of melting snow. I bring that up because that spirit of cooperation is the only way we're going to get things done over here. Right now, that drainage has no permission to be in my alleyway. It has no permission to expand the use and have sewer and drainage running on my property. It's not going to happen. So you're going to have to redesign the entire, you said that they were working hard on the civil plans, redesign it unless we're cooperating. To date, they have not asked about the pipes or about the easement. I'd like I don't know if the engineer is Brett or Craig on the phone on this call where they can explain, or maybe when they rebut this, they can explain how they justify parking over a valid easement depicted on their plans, or how they justify running drainage and sewer across property not owned or controlled by the applicant, nor without any easement to use the neighbor's property. Hopefully that's a question that you can put to them. The next issue is the loading zone issues. 61 Wall Street currently does not provide the required loading space. Section 118-1260 of the regs talk about off-street motor vehicle loading space to be provided. Retail stores require loading. Stores that are between a retail space between 3,000 and 25,000 square feet require 1 loading space. And the minimum area of those loading space shall be 10 feet in width, 25 feet in length, and 14 feet high clearance. Each loading space shall adjoin a loading dock or entryway to be provided with adequate apron space for access and maneuvering. When you start applying with these regulations, your parking gets squeezed a bit more and more. And you want to have loading. If you're going to have businesses that are going to thrive and do well there, you want to have the ability to bring their stuff in a proper way. That's why the zoning regs require it. Again, section K would apply here. I got 2 more topics. This one's pretty short. It talks about spot zoning. I know that Corporation Counsel Mario Capola is very familiar with spot zoning. I'm pretty sure that Steve Kleppen is familiar with spot zoning. And I think that they've made a pretty decent effort to avoid the appearance of spot zoning when they crafted section unlucky 13. But let's look at what constitutes, and Dick Rina probably has a good idea what spot zoning is. What constitutes spot zoning? It's the process of singling out a small parcel of land for a use classification totally different from that of the surrounding area for the benefit of the owner of such property and to the detriment of other owners. When considering spot zoning, courts will generally determine whether the zoning relates to the compatibility of the zoning of surrounding uses, like height that's 3 stories higher than the neighbors. Perhaps the most important criteria in determining spot zoning is the extent to which the disputed zoning is consistent with the municipality's comprehensive plan. Well, every single plan ever for Wall Street has suggested keeping the historic charm of the area and has never recommended higher than 4 stories for building height. Tim Sheehan pushed and pushed and pushed and wanted the bigger buildings and was somewhat successful, but it was never jiving with the zoning. That was always an inconsistency that was hard to overcome. It's part of the reason why this project has so many problems. Section 118.504 C13, which they list as C14, I think it's just a Scrivener's error, a typo, is spot zoning and it is illegal. Section 13 also has many other legal issues which are detailed by Attorney Rubin. It's not possible to grandfather something that does not exist. Clause 13 attempts to do just that, and it runs completely counter to Section 118.800 about legal nonconformities. Section 13 mentions POCO and Waypoint, but the nonconformities that exist at Waypoint are all compliant with the standard nonconformities section in the regs. Therefore, Section 118.504 C13 only applies to 61 Wall Street. It is the definition of spot zoning. Section 118.800 is the nonconformities section. This section is comprehensive. It is clear. It is fair. It's a total of 5 pages, which I've consolidated to the sections pertinent to 61 Wall Street below. There's general regulations, the purpose and intent. There exists throughout Norwalk lawful lots, structures, and uses of land and structures which are non-conforming because they do not comply with these regulations as originally adopted or subsequently amended. The purpose of this regulation is to permit nonconformities to continue, but to strictly limit the extent to which nonconformities may be established, continued, expanded, or altered. This regulation is intended to bring nonconforming uses into conformity with the regulations as quickly as the fair interests of the parties will permit. We already have a section that deals with nonconformities. Make sure it complies to the POCO. Why go crazy? Why make this clause that's so problematic that it will 100% be challenged legally? And your head was probably spinning when Dave was talking, and that was only the half of it. This nonconformity section has general regulations. A non-conforming lot, structure, or use of land and structure which lawfully exists before the effective date of these regulations or amendments thereto may be continued subject to the provisions in this section. A non-conforming lot, structure, or use of land and structure shall be deemed to have existed before the effective date of these regulations or amendments thereto if the parcel of land was recorded as a legal building lot in Norwalk, or the use was in being on continuous basis, or a zoning permit has been issued or commission approval granted, and the work shall be completed according to such plans as approved. Now, at one time, something was approved. That was never built. It strayed wildly from what was approved, and it's been expired, and this is a new application, a new plan. A non-conforming structure or structure devoted to a non-conforming use may have the following work performed. So to keep this non-conformity, ordinary repairs and repair or replacement of non-bearing walls. Simple repairs, roofs, fixtures, wiring, or plumbing. Any work required by the codes and ordinance of the city or ordered by a city official charged with protecting the public health, safety, and welfare, provided that such work does not enlarge or extend the nonconformity. It's important that you don't expand a nonconformity. A nonconforming use of land or structure shall not be enlarged, extended, or altered unless the use is changed to one that is permitted in the zone which is located. No nonconforming use shall be extended or expanded by a variance. A nonconforming use which has been changed to a conforming use shall not thereafter be changed to a use not permitted in the zone that is located. A nonconforming use shall not be moved to another part of the land or structure. A nonconforming use of land or structure which is discontinued or abandoned for a continuous period of 1 year shall thereafter be used in conformance with the zone in which it is located. Nonconforming structures. A nonconforming structure shall not be enlarged or altered if the result would be an increase in the extent to which the structure does not conform to these regulations. A nonconforming structure may be enlarged or altered provided that the enlargement or alteration conforms to these regulations. General provisions relative to height and regulations at 118.810. No existing building shall be altered, enlarged, or rebuilt except in conformity with the regulations herein prescribed. So this building if you can even call it that, this structure that's probably going to be removed, this carcass that is a very small section that's 6 stories. The bulk of the 6-story section is to be built. It will be completely out of character for the neighborhood. POCO, think of all the special treatment and exceptions that the POCO project has gotten over the years. It got a free parking lot. It's about to get a new 4.4 million in cash from the city for infrastructure. It has a 15-year sweetheart property tax deal. The developer is making a $9.6 million developer fee. Please don't give POCO any additional special treatment, especially for height. You shouldn't, and legally you can't. Make the applicant follow the zoning regulations just like every other property owner in the area. 4 or 5 stories, adequate parking, proper loading, proper sewer and drainage. It is not that hard for this application to comply with the rules. So a couple other things I noticed tonight that are not part of my prepared remarks, but it will save time. There is no step back currently on 61 Wall Street. So it's 5 stories straight up for the current carcass that's there. And the building in the back, it's 6 stories straight up, no step back. And they just got the text change where you have to step it back at 4. So it's not an existing legally non-conforming use. I think we all understand that. Well, that's why they spot zone and created Unlucky 13. Unlucky 13 probably doesn't stand up. But if they just are careful to follow the regulations, I will not stand in their way. I will not appeal this if they do follow the rules. If they don't follow the rules, I will 100% appeal. I have to. The other thing that I notice, Isaac Street also requires retail or street activation. Bob, I love you looking at this project. I love some of the other iterations of this. The first iteration of this project ever put forward was a lot of brick, a lot of glass. It really did fit in with the neighborhood. And I think a lot of the changes Bob is proposing are going to help that. I think smaller retailer down Isaac Street will help. You don't want an abandoned street that no one wants to walk down. That's probably not well lit. And there's not going to have those large trees that are pictured there, at least not for another 20 years. And I think that 17 Isaac Street similarly requires street activation. So putting a couple of windows with a couple of posters in it is not street activation. It doesn't pass the smell test. It's pretty much like retail or street activation. It's got to be a significant part of that first floor on 17 Isaac that has street activation. Whatever the regs require, they should be required to put on that building because this is 2 separate properties. It is 2 applications, even though they have a shared parking agreement. And the last thing I want to point out, I don't really want to get into it. It's complicated. If most people start snoozing, it sounds good, is the affordability. I'm getting confused and I pay more attention than most. I watched the Planning Commission where Todd went through the program for this building. He may have been reading a different program because it didn't match with what he said tonight or what he said at previous meetings. Let's double check that. It looked at the Planning Commission, it looked like it was just a 10% straight project for the most part and 80% area median income. But perhaps that was a mistake. But let's make sure we pay attention to that. We don't want a switcheroo where they come in offering lots of stuff that's going to be for the people that can that work here, can also live here, and then it turns out that the rents are much higher than what we're expecting at the last second. So that's all I have. Does anyone have any questions? Are you still awake? Galen, it looked like you said something.
Thank you for your comments.
Can you guys see me or not?
No.
No.
Oh, too bad. I'm much more compelling. when
Brian,
you
do
can
you
get
have
the visual.
anybody else waiting to speak?
Let's see. If anyone still in the public would like to speak, you can use the raise your hand feature. If not, not seeing anybody, Lou.
Okay, Mr. Hennessy, turn it back to you.
Sure. Would you like me to rebut here, Mr. Chairman? What would you like?
Well, that is typically what is done.
I'll do my best. And with regard to Mr. Rubin's comments, I will say that I received a Dropbox email with many documents that I certainly didn't have time to review. Let Well, let me start by responding to Attorney Wilson. With regard to the parking issue, I think I stated early on that we completely understand that for so long as 61 Wall Street requires parking off-site and it is provided at 17 Isaac Street, that it requires, your regs require, we understand there shall be a binding document, probably take the form of a parking easement, obligating 17 Wall Street to continue to provide those parking spaces. Will be recorded. In my experience, after several decades of doing this, the more efficient way at this point in approval process to get that done is to simply make it a requirement that it be provided at some point in time in the future to the satisfaction usually of the city attorney. Now, if it's the CO, it delays it. If it's the building permit, that's fine with us too. You know, so something of the effect that no building permit shall be issued for 61 Wall or 17 Isaac until such time as a parking easement is been preferred and has been reviewed and is acceptable to the Corporation Council. If you have a different way of doing it, it's not a showstopper. I'm just looking to be efficient and sensible. Number two, and she talked about briefly about the building being contextual. This is, I suppose she's talking about the 61 Wall Street building being contextual with the neighbors. I'll just remind you that it is contextual. It was approved by this commission several times, so it's contextual to the neighbors. And as to that issue and the spot zoning issue raised by Mr. Milligan, you know, he recited a lot of words, but that's unfortunately not the law. The law in Connecticut is that a spot zone is something that is a very, very tiny nature geographically and not or, but and is not consistent with the town plan of conservation and development. And the Planning Commission voted unanimously to approve the text change that just came down. So, and besides, this was not an issue that was ever discussed or raised when the prior plan was approved or when the recent text change, the June 2019 text change was approved. So where was everybody then? You know, it's not spot zone. With regard to the section 13 grandfather clause, which Jason talked about, which Ms. Wilson touched upon, and which Mr. Rubin talked about and gave us a download of documents, I'll say this. Everybody is wrong for different reasons. And I will, once I've had a chance to review some documents, I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, reserve the right to give you some kind of maybe formal written response. But here's what I heard tonight at almost 11 o'clock. Number one, Mr. Milligan is comparing one section of the zoning regulations that deals with non-conforming uses with this section, as he calls it, unlucky 13. We call it the sensible regulation. And he says they're both dealing with nonconformities. Well, section 13, section 118.504C13 doesn't talk about nonconformities. It says when you meet those circumstances, your building is in compliance, not a nonconformity. The opposite of a nonconformity. It's a compliant building. That was the sensible thing you did a year and 4 months ago. It made these buildings and it made Waypoint compliant. Now, so you can forget all that talk about the nonconformities. With regard to Mr. Rubin's point, he is totally conflating. Now, you understand he is representing entities, I believe Mr. Milligan's entities, or entity. I'm not sure exactly the status of the litigation, but he's involved in litigation in the court system having to do with the redevelopment plans. And everything he had talked about tonight, every single thing, and I suspect everything in his Dropbox, but I haven't had a chance to review it, deals with the impact of the approvals from the redevelopment agency for the POCO plan. It has nothing to do with zoning, nothing. And he is conflating the two. He's telling you there couldn't possibly have been a proper approval of a redevelopment plan because the redevelopment plan, in his view, isn't effective. Well, he can litigate that all day long. I'm here tonight before you for one simple reason, to talk about the zoning regulations. And the zoning regulations are clear. Does developments and entitlements previously approved in a design district development park, not us, that's Waypoint, or as a commission approved project, this is us, in an approved redevelopment plan. Well, this is a commission approved project. And it is and was, no matter, even if Mr. Rubin's right about what the effective plan was, in 2015, there was certainly an approved redevelopment plan. And that's when this building was approved. And all your regulation says is if you were part of a zoning approval pursuant to an approved redevelopment plan, and it doesn't conform to the new 2019 regs, you can still go forward with it. It doesn't say the building permit has to be activated. It says the entitlement was granted. It was granted. We aren't making the building taller, shorter. We're not changing the mass of the building at all. So that's my response to that. I can give you a more scholarly approach, maybe when I'm a little fresher and have some time to look at my notes, but that's it. Everything you heard tonight was bluster, or it was completely irrelevant to the issue at hand. Now, just to close, with regard to these easement issues, Mr. Milligan has made a lot of reminding many of us that he believes he has an easement with regard to the old Fairfield County Bank building. He does not. That is the allegation. Now, if you see it on a map, that's because a good surveyor notes all the restrictions he finds on the land record. And this has been carried on. But this issue was discussed when the bank owned the building 5, 6, 7 years ago. And it wasn't litigated. The bank said, oh, right, the easement's gone. And then I'm given to understand, because my firm, and I'm not dealing with the litigation that Mr. Milligan brought against Municipal Holdings, Citibank. But Citibank said, well, listen, we inherited this property. Our mortgagee, POCO entity, assured us that the easement had been resolved. Here's all the paperwork from it. The easement was abandoned. Payments weren't made. Then the easement wasn't used. And then agreement was reached. And then there was an argument. And then the building started being built. You look at the aerial photograph, you'll see the area with the easement hasn't been operable for many, many years. So a lawsuit was brought after Mr. Milligan brought it, not by the bank, not by the party that abandoned the easement. A lawsuit was brought. And so the lawsuit's being defended. But we will give you a scholarly memo showing to you that issues such as this, title issues, are not within the purview of the zoning commission. We clearly own fee title to it. Our title insurance company, which it's guaranteed the easement was gone, is my client's title insurance company. No, the current owner's title insurance company, the Citibank entity, is defending the action, and it's going through the court system, and it assures us they will prevail. Either way, it'll be worked out. Somebody will win, somebody will lose. We are completely confident that Citibank will win. So, is that enough for tonight, or shall we, can we take a break?
All right. Are there any questions of Attorney Hennessy? At least everyone's still awake.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for your time and your commitment to this. It's very important to my client. And I think, as you know, the many
Mr.
people.
Chairman?
In Norwalk, care about.
Yes?
I'm not sure if this is the right place, but since I'm kind of new to the technicalities of this, is there a magic parking number? When, I had suggested removing 2 spaces, but that was because I did not understand if there was a magic number that had to be maintained by something.
We will analyze that. I believe we are okay with the loss of those 2 spaces. It's it's a lot of issues for us, but we will be in touch with you. I appreciate it.
All right, with that, we'll close the hearing for this evening and continue it. Steve, I don't know whether we're prepared to put this on the agenda for our next November meeting or whether it ought to be deferred until December. But I believe between you and Attorney Hennessy, you can work that out.
Mr. Chairman, I think the one problem is a notice issue. I think we need to continue it to a date certain. Otherwise, creates a world of problems on our side in terms of renoticing newspaper publications and so forth.
All right.
I don't have any objection, sir. If we were to continue it to the 8th, is it the 18th is your next hearing or whatever date it is?
Yeah. That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, this is Mario Capola, Corporation Counsel. I agree with Attorney Hennessy's statement that it needs to be set forth for a date certain.
Okay.
We will commit, sir. We will commit to staying in touch with your staff. And if there's any reason we think we won't be able to, respond to everything and close, we will then appear on the 18th and continue it to your next following meeting.
Okay.
We won't waste your time is my point.
Appreciate that. That's fine. Then let's move on our agenda and
So, sir, can we just have, for the clarity of the record, what I'm hearing is this matter will remain open and be continued to the meeting of November 18th, which will also be an electronic Zoom type meeting, which will be accessed via the usual procedures of your city.
Unfortunately, yes.
Thank you. And the time will be 6 o'clock again, sir?
That is the scheduled time for our meetings, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time this evening.
Okay. Thank you and your team.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on with the closing industrial zones. I don't believe we have, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe we have another update on that. We gave an update at our last meeting.
Steve's switched over to his phone, so I don't know if Steve, if you're driving or not.
Okay. Brian, are you still with us?
Yeah.
Do you know the answer to that question?
I don't. I know there is a meeting this week, I believe. And then from there, those are all in Steve's hands, so.
Okay. That's fine. The zoning regulation update, those of you who were at the meeting, we have interviewed the three consultants. We had hoped to get together tomorrow to make a final decision, but we haven't gotten back all the references yet. So that it's more likely that we'll make decision on a consulting firm next week. And Steve will contact you regarding possible dates and times for that meeting for those of you who are available. Finally, can I have approval of the minutes for October 21st for those from someone who was at the meeting? Please.
I approve.
Galen moves approval of the minutes.
Yep,
Nick, you're unmuted. You want to second that?
Sure, go for it.
Okay.
Second it.
Nick seconds. We
I
probably.
abstain.
All right, Michael was not here. He abstains.
I abstain.
Stephanie abstains. Of those of us remaining, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Any objections? Okay, then it's approved unanimously by those who are here this evening, who were also at that meeting. And finally, for all of us, I wanted to congratulate Stephanie
Yes.
for her hard-won win in the election. When is it you are sworn into office?
January 6th, and thank you.
So you're going to continue to be with us for a while longer.
Yeah, for the rest of the year.
Good. We look forward to that.
I would have said, so do I, until this hearing went until 11 o'clock.
I don't know if you know this, but there are some of those state hearings that go on pretty long too, Stephanie.
I know.
Well, the next long meeting, I suspect, will be the one which will follow up on the Norden site, and we'll try to have a limited agenda for that meeting. We've just got a lot coming together. And as Steve had suggested earlier, I think, Stephanie, it was before you came in, we may hold a special meeting.
I was here for that. I know he proposed the week of the 30th, just in case that comes to fruition. I'm on vacation that week, but.
The 30th of November?
Not the 30th itself.
He said the week of the
week of the
30th earlier.
All right, well, we'll have to play it by ear. Can I, if comments from any other commissioners? If not, can I have a motion to adjourn?
I'll
Motion
move.
to adjourn.
Okay, Galen moved, Michael seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.